Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんおかえりなさい。今日は479日目です。It is day 479. Business as usual. Let's get right into it. We're not going to get to this cluster. Looks like tomorrow is going to be a bigger day. Probably 2 levels here. Because we're getting into the 150 plus area of each level. I mean, not too bad. WaniKani is kind of on cruise control now. Alright. Let's see. 水曜星 Oh, they're crazy. I'm doing alright. How are you? Thanks for asking. Okay. Overturn. Oddly specific request. Do you know any way to get iPad things screen shared on PC, not via Discord or Google Meet, etc.? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. You need a host of some sort. No, not really. Not anyone that is available commercially. Or free, I mean. Trusted one anyway. Or as trusted as can be. Otoru. Yogan. Junkyouju. Kigai. Kuwabatake. Kuwabatake. Odosu. Suru. Naguriai. Shinju. 俗語、陶器、輝き、概念、衰退、抽出、溶ける、利潤、利潤、基礎、広告、遠征、海外、悪賢い、転覆、転覆、浸透、殴り込み、集団、集団、推奨、唯一、浸水、草刈り、くわ、高知、重症、王妃、奨学金、隔離、狩る、ただ、悟る、 Kakugetsu. Gayo. Juzu. Juzu. Seifuku. First super, huh? Thank you for the 99. And the hot dog. I appreciate it. Irodori. Hakaru. Hakaru. Nimono. You like hot dogs? Oh, okay. What do you usually have on your hot dogs, Crazy? Or do you go vanilla? Niru. Koma. Ritsudo. Nieru. Zoni. Bacon, pinto beans, corn, relish, pico de gallo, and grilled onions. That is one loaded dog. Hot dog. Definitely digging the pico de gallo. Relish of some sort for sure. Grilled onion sounds amazing. Possibly caramelized onions, right? And condiment. Something interesting. Beans, yeah. Pinto beans. As opposed to baked beans. And then bacon. Huh. I hadn't had a hot dog in some time. That's a nice sounding hot dog. Zoku. Asanuno. Okay. Ama. You see, yeah, you love these toppings. Really brings out the life from a plain hot dog. I can imagine. Yeah. You have any particular buns you like, or are you a classic bun person?
劣等感。
制約。淡水。
Ooh. You like bolio buns, specifically when they're toasted. A toasted bun sounds delightful. I'm not familiar with those buns. Actually, I'm not too familiar with most buns of like the longish variety. Interesting. I'll keep my eyes peeled for such things. Okay, let me check. Ooh, oh, those are yeah. Oh, so that's what they're called. I have seen them before. It's like a French baguette, but way shorter. Yeah, I have seen these buns before. Intriguing. That would be a nice bun for a hot dog, for sure. Whoop. Are you into language learning of any sort, Crazy? I'm starting to get a Spanish vibe from you, obviously. Mentioning that specific pico de gallo. And then now the olio bun. Or perhaps a connoisseur of Spanish/Mexican influence things. Leca. Golken. Ue. Letsuaku. Kagayaku. A little bit. You're bilingual, Spanish, English. Ah, I see. Your dad is from El Salvador, and your mom is from Vietnam, but you were born in the U.S. Ooh, multicultural American. Multicultural American. Spanish and English, huh? Hablo un poco español. Right. Born in the United States también, for sure. Mis padres es chinos? Son chinos? I actually don't. I forgot the designation for Chinese, but my parents are Chinese. And I'm first generation. So a bit of that. Vietnam. Don't know any Vietnamese, but I do live in a place where Vietnamese would be the most common. East Coaster. I'm an East Coaster. Bilingual. Spanish and English. I imagine then your father... West Coast, possibly? Maybe SoCal, I would say. I do know a couple by coincidence a couple that are Salvadorian as well, but second gen Salvadorian. Interesting. I am not much of a Spanish speaker, more of a listener and reader. You live in Boston, Mass. Dang, that is different. East Coaster. Nice, nice. PA, like the tri-state area is most of my life was in the tri-state area. Intriguing. Do you go to school still, or are you... You said a little bit. Do you study language in any way, or are you doing something else? Maybe a post-professional, something like that? Language learning is not my primary background, but it has been the last 2.5 years. I suppose my time is dedicated to it. Okay. Are you familiar with Japanese at all? Nowadays, most of my extra languages are in the read and listening department, not really the speaking department. Spend most of my time reading and listening. You're a second-year student at UMass Boston. I see, I see. You're mainly going for business? Very practical. But have taken introductory language courses. You want to learn Vietnamese at some point, but it's really difficult for you to learn. I can definitely empathize with that. When I was in college, I also had introductory language courses as well as part of the general education requirement, right? And I took Spanish, so a year of Spanish as the fulfillment. It was a continuation from my high school Spanish. As opposed to like anything else, which those languages weren't offered. I speak at home. I speak a different mother tongue at home. However, it's very similar in the sense that I often wanted to learn at least Mandarin in order to better communicate the language barrier for like technical things. The mother language that I speak is not taught anywhere, and then Mandarin was not offered during my time at my college. Although I suppose Mandarin is offered more often than Vietnamese from my experience. Interesting. Are you with your mother at all? I mean, I imagine your mother and... Are you a heritage speaker in Vietnamese as well as Spanish, or do you also read it in Spanish and whatnot? I'm a heritage speaker mostly. 2.5 years ago was when I finally started learning how to read the Chinese script, which also the Japanese script shares a common origin. So most of my life it's largely heritage speaking, basically listening and responding, but not really learning how to read. I don't know how much Vietnamese resources are available online. In second year at UMass in business. Are you going for, like, I imagine maybe even an MBA at some point? What type of business, actually? Business is such a wide range. I know you're second year, so it might be a little early to figure out where you're going. But yeah, business, that's... I haven't spoken to a business major in some time. Like, I would say practical. Okay. On average, I meet about one like new person maybe like once a week. And typically they are a CS major. They're computer science majors. Like if you're given one major that is overrepresented right now, it's probably CS major. So like 70%, over 70% of students. I typically ask because I end up speaking with students most of the time. And I would say the overwhelming majority of them are computer science majors. You're going for general business administration, and do you plan on doing an MBA program at Northeastern? Nice, very nice, solid. So I imagine then you're like homegrown mass residents. Northeastern. Interesting. How's the university life? It has been quite some time since I've stepped foot in a university, and I've often wondered what it's like now. I'm like 10 years out. 10 years out from my last position at a university. Are you also first gen college? Or are your parents professionals? You've got an early start to your career in facilities management for the city of Boston Public Schools. Oh, nice. Civic work. You want to take your degree to become a director of facilities manager, managing budgets, and school budgets. That is a very admirable position. Honestly, I don't hear that too often. Yeah. My first thought was maybe it's like business, you know, like startups and whatnot, something like that. That is a very... Your mother is a professional. Okay, she has a master's in social work. Oh, that explains a lot of the... I guess that would also line up with your interest in civic duties. Well, hopefully you manage to do what you get to do. All right, like that's a really admirable position. I don't hear people interested in civic duties in general. Usually it's something of the creative type, and obviously meeting you is very rare too, largely because YouTube, those who spend their time on YouTube and Twitch self-selects for professions that are more in the creative type. You like working with your hands and with the business related responsibilities? Okay. Being on the field and working on the budget, policies, and school buildings? That sounds amazing. Well spoken as well. Interesting. I definitely have met my fair share of current, or my impressions of current American, like, you know, quote unquote American students, and they're certainly more on the hot train of high business oriented opportunistic pursuits. Intriguing. Budgets and policy. You're a rare breed indeed. My background was in science. I did molecular biology as my pursuit. It's been a very long time. Although I still have an incredible soft spot for being in a university environment. That was kind of my original choice, I suppose. I don't currently work professionally anymore. Not at the moment. Perhaps an opportunity later down the road. You knew this could be a unique career if you started it early enough. As a younger professional, you can do the hands-on work and learn the technical skills. As you get older, you use that experience to lead. Yep. Hey, can't wait to see what you do in your professional life for schools and whatnot. I genuinely do not hear that very often. Like, that is right, taking it with a grain of salt. Obviously, favoritism aside, most of my life was dedicated to the education of other people. So seeing someone who takes a different approach, a different professional career to maintaining like any form of like civil service or duty for the country in general or the place you live is breath of fresh air. Interesting. Yeah, I have no idea what schools are like now. I ask, that's usually my typical first question, like, how's your education? If you're, you can exercise discretion, but how's your education? What is it like? What's the current environment? Maybe I can glean some funding issues, structural changes since I was last in a university. It's been a decade. Been a decade since Hopkins. Let's see. First. Merce. Oh.
浸る
To soak. UMass Boston is still mainly a commuter school. Oh, I see. You found it not very social, so you went completely online so you can work full-time and complete coursework, which is accessible anywhere at any time. Okay. That is the impression. Actually, interestingly enough, that vocation, like that type of interaction with universities is becoming, that is the social norm that I've noticed, and for lack of a better term, the social norm. But the idea of commuter colleges is what I have come to experience as the arrangement that is typical of people I meet online. So not dissimilar to your situation, there's someone I know from West Coast who is doing a similar thing. Maybe taking it a bit easier. That El Salvadorian, I believe both his parents are El Salvadorian, and they do the same, where it's a commuter university, and most of it is entirely online. It's interesting. I grew up in a generation where it was, I don't want to speak for everything, but typically if you there was this time where most people seem to expect to go to college, as opposed to commuting to college, unless they're in a city environment. I didn't grow up in the city, so outside of the city is usually you go to the campus. So most of my life in university life was being around campus. Not very social, huh? That's interesting. No extracurriculars or club activities, organizations of that nature?
Issue.
Yeah, you noticed that with your parents' generation, there was an emphasis on being part of the campus and living on campus. Yeah. If I had to, I would say your parents are probably somewhere within 10 years of me. Yeah, that's what at least when I was 18, the impression was once you hit 18, you're off to the campus. which for the record, my college was an hour and a half away from home, so it wasn't like I couldn't commute or anything like that, but the expectation was there. You used to be in politics? The leader comment that you made would definitely check out with that. Got heavily involved with the Boston City Council. Oh, and Boston Public School Committee. Other than that, you're not very social in terms of clubs or extracurricular. Intriguing. Yeah. Well, hopefully you get an opportunity. It sounds like you're... I rarely ever get to speak to young people who aspire to be some sort of like leader, right? A leader position. So it's quite neat to hear someone who is interested in that, especially being part of some sort of school committee. How is I'm not sure if you got a chance, but how is the like public school system in Boston? I imagine, is it on the uptrend, the downtrend? It's so hard to tell when you're on the outside of these things. I grew up in when I was growing up, we bounced between school districts. So we went from like an incredibly low socioeconomic area to a incredibly affluent area. So my upbringing is very mixed. I get an impression that everything is pretty terrible, and then you get everything's exceedingly luxurious. And then when I went to college, I grew up on a private liberal arts education, both for my undergrad and my graduate studies. So there was a bit of a transition from being underprivileged to a privileged position. So it's difficult to gauge whether this stuff still holds true or not for public school systems. I did go to a public school prior to college. Then college and on, I was at a private liberal arts college. So private liberal arts tend to take you outside of the public system. You believe it's still strong compared to its neighboring school districts? I see. But Boston's enrollment is down, which forces the layoffs for teachers and paraprofessionals. I see. Yeah. It's over these years, there are some bittersweet moments for like the roles of education, like educators. Somewhere in my mind, I feel like there might be maybe what I would say a more of a renaissance for educators in the future. I don't know right now. I'm not sure how you feel about the role of the post-internet age, right? The post-excessive information forward type of impact on the role of educators. I do feel like not too distant in the future, there might be a resurgence for perhaps the premium for human-based experience education. I don't know yet, but that's kind of my working narrative. At the moment, there is an over excess of like substitution for educators, largely because it's knowledge is seeing to be replacing wisdom, or the requirement of wisdom every once in a while, like pretty rapidly. However, I do see a compensation in the future where people in leadership roles, right? Leadership roles, education roles, mentorship and whatnot may see a potential rise in demand. You agree with that narrative? You think the educator job market is oversaturated and the world is still going through a lot of change? Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. So what do you currently do for, you said full-time and complete coursework. So you work at the same time. That's really impressive. I don't hear that too often. Working and going to coursework at the same time. What do you do on your spare time, if I may ask? You know, exercise discretion if necessary.
Tokasu. Karitoru.
Hawaii.
Hi.
You spend your spare time going to the gym? Solid. Solid routine. Playing chess? Intriguing. And then playing video games, hanging out with friends, etc. Alright. So, chess. How do you go about playing chess these days? What's your gym routine like? As well as what's on your attention, like what's on your list in terms of video games? I like the hanging out with friends things. That's a nice touch. I think human social interaction is quite a luxury these days. Nice to hear. Gai-san. Rossi.
Kido.
Ishizue. Kankaku. Ichigai ni. Wait, ichigai ni.
一概に
Ichigai ni.
蹴る
You go every morning to the gym. You usually warm up with a 2-mile run, solid, at a consistent pace. Fair enough, your cadence. Then get into the functional strength training. I see. And conclude with a shower and 10 to 15 minutes in the sauna. That is a solid routine. What is your strength training, your functional strength training? Like, are we talking about functional strength training like calisthenics? Maybe weighted calisthenics? Or you got your weighted splits? Quite a lot of things to... A lot of choices. Typically, I get up, I do a half-mile run. I alternate between days a cadence pace and a low tempo pace. So every other day I would run at a low tempo, just breathing, like practicing breathing through my nose, and then a cadence pace, which would be the consistent pace every other day. Then come back, shower. And when it comes to like maintenance, I do functional training, like mobility training, and it's largely calisthenics. Your core foundations like your rows, your push-ups, pull-ups, your L-sit. Usually those would cover most of the cores, and squats for some legs, and then calf raises. But largely body weight most of the time, some sort of progression system with skill work. Interesting. A sauna. No sauna. Then I get on. So like before this, I usually do the run and then I get on. There's a mix. You like to work on movements that could help you build a better foundation. I see. You focus on movements such as pulling, pushing, carrying, twisting in your core. Fair enough. And these pushing, pulling, carrying, twisting and stuff, I'm guessing you're using some sort of free weights. Maybe like things like a farmer's carry, weighted lunges, or like walking lunges. I imagine there's like perhaps like rope climbing, handstands. I don't know. I'm trying to think of things that deal with movement. It's intriguing. And video games and chess. I do not play chess, or I haven't played chess in a long time. Although chess is certainly a very wonderful pastime nowadays. Yeah, a barbell or dumbbell, and you do a lot of pull-ups, planks, push-ups as well. I see. Yeah, I do definitely empathize with the practicing foundations, movements and mobility foundations. Keep your body, right? Keep your body moving, functional things. Like one day you're just gonna have to run, and then one day you gotta pull yourself up. Getting up from like a squat position, right? Know how to deep squat to like get things, right? Lifting, lots of lifting motions, making sure you have full ability, shoulder mobility and whatnot. Lots of interesting squats, like deep squatting and stuff for knee maintenance. Am I getting a PhD? I have a PhD, Salty. Thanks for asking. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been 10 years since the PhD. Oh, for the record, Crazy, both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so if it looks like I'm talking to somebody who's invisible, two sides. Just a heads up. Kiba. Hedateru.
交代私費
What's getting a PhD like? Is it different from getting a master's? Since you are in business, I have no idea what the difference is. However, in science, the difference is probably in science there really isn't a master of science, so to speak. So it's often assumed that when you're pursuing a science, you're pursuing a PhD, and then for higher education, and master's is assumed to be part of the process. So there are accelerated programs that are closer to the medical field, so to speak, like a pre-med medical field thing, that would get you an accelerated, like a 5 to 6 year where you write an assisted thesis for master's. However, in PhD, you are responsible for an independent thesis, and that would be the largest difference, which is that one is required to be able to be an independent investigator at some point, like as close as possible. Master's programs tend to feel more like the very end of your bachelor's degree, a little bit beyond your bachelor's degree. Typically in science, those who decide to leave a PhD program would be considered masters, like they would get a master's degree in the respective field. I don't know how it works in business though. In fact, I'm not even sure what a PhD, a doctoral degree in business is like. Usually PhDs are for conceptual and theoretical pursuits in the basics, so in foundational, and I'm not entirely sure what people are doing now in business, in the business field, if there are any foundational basic research. So most of the PhD deals with basic research, which is to try to conceptually discover something that is not necessarily practical or applicable yet. And that's kind of the idea of getting the PhD. Your PhD is in the discovery process of something that is conceptual as opposed to something that's pragmatic or like applicable from existing knowledge. So many of the professions that are applied, like business and econ, or like some of those which they have really solid foundations, they typically do not have programs like that. Nice. Do you have any advice for someone who wants to pursue a PhD in the future? How far in the future are we talking about, Salty? You're currently in your first year of your undergrad? I mean, it would be inappropriate or negligent of me to provide any form of advice when it comes to someone who's just starting college. However, I would say one of the defining characteristics of someone who would pursue a PhD, I can give you my anecdotal discussion, like to quick, like, if this sounds not quite advice, but more so what a PhD stands for typically. So I would say anyone who is pursuing a PhD would require that they have some sort of independent thought. And what does that really mean in terms of the scope of like education in general? It's largely, when we think about, like, for example, the internet is a repository of information, right? Typically that includes things that are facts and like opinions, interpretations, and the pursuance of PhD requires that you qualify to have independent thought. That is, to be able to take what is information and generate novel concepts and evaluations that are non-existent yet. So one thing that I often see that in the post world, so we're talking about those who are now 18 to 20, between the ages of 18 and 22, like college years, is the idea that independent thought is kind of not there anymore. It's not there anymore. Typically, the idea of independent thought is what a PhD stands for. To me personally, the core aspect. With the advent of the internet, for example, oftentimes now it's more using pragmatic skills to apply existing knowledge and iterating on existing knowledge, but usually applying existing knowledge. So when you're going through your undergrad, right? When you're going through your undergrad, if at some point you think, which is what Crazy actually said, you think of becoming a leader, someone who predicates on experience by taking existing information and building it into your own image. That's usually when someone may realize in their 4 years, like 4 to 5 years of undergrad, that you may want to pursue a PhD. But typically anything beyond, if that is not reached, if the idea and pursuance of independent thought, as in leading in thought, is not something you consider, then I would say that I would strongly consider other options. So for example, some behavioral patterns for an undergrad to have is the idea that when you make a mistake, for example, I show this, I demonstrate this online for like language learning, but when you make a mistake, are you trying to correct that mistake? And how you go about the process of correcting that mistake is closer and closer to bringing you to the idea of a PhD. It is not the same as looking up a correct answer. Correct answer and then repeating that correct answer in order to obfuscate the process of correcting the mistake. Looking up a correct answer circumvents the entire process of independent thought. You put no thought into it. You simply corrected it. So this is a common pattern that I see when someone uses the internet to learn. It's basically antithesis of a PhD. And that is not to say that it's better or worse. It's more, I would say, if I had 3 students and I see one student who's trying to develop their own solution to something with information, so they're integrating information, I would choose that person more often than not than someone who takes someone else's information and solves the problem with that information, not integrating it or developing it or improving it or modifying it in some way. So without the synthesis of information, you cannot, in my opinion, it would be highly discouraged that you would just seek a PhD. And you don't have to be happy, you know, like a PhD is not like a thing that elevates one's thinking. It's more like the appropriateness of the pursuit. Your reasoning for this is you want to contribute to the ability of making free-form volumetric holograms from existing, which would require a PhD in optics. Interesting. Well, I know nothing about volumetric holograms, nor am I an expert in optics. However, if you are trying to make something new, perhaps a PhD, if you are looking to iterate on something that exists now and you're a freshman in undergrad, I would say that is incredibly naive, that something like that would not exist by the time you complete your PhD. So that would be probably my most sobering suggestion to take into account as you're seeking your education in optics, whatever it is, like a PhD in optics, and you're looking for like a technology that exists now. The idea is that technology may or may not be applicable or interested or even a pursuit, like a field of that you can pursue by the time you get into graduate school. Usually what the advice, whenever someone asks me about advice and they're just starting college, the idea is to focus on what you can do in college as an undergrad with any area of interest that you have currently, and see if you can develop novel thinking skills and critical thinking and problem solving skills in anticipation that whatever you think now is relevant will likely be irrelevant or not necessarily a point of interest by the time you get to graduate school. That's one of the bigger, in my opinion, one of the classic lessons that you learn over time when you go through undergrad. Your undergrad will determine if the stuff that you set out to do would be even relevant. Typically, one of the things that are, I would say, a characteristic of a non-PhD person, right? If you were to try to confirm something, a non-PhD person is to think that the present will stay static. Usually one would plan on doing something and expect it to change. So if you're interested in a field now, you try to study that field now. So you study now and you start working on volumetric holograms, understanding that the field is going to change by the time you get to your PhD. And whatever you like now will be far more advanced than it was before, at least in my opinion. That's typically how I would say. This is where you would start converting into a PhD track person. A non-PhD person would be something like, I like video games, so I'm going to make a game that I like today. Like today, in another 10 years. So that to me is more someone who thinks of the goal versus the process. And in my opinion, personally, someone who's interested or is qualified, right? This is about appropriateness, not really who's better or who's worse. Usually when you think of a PhD track person, that person is consistently taking account that information and whatever they're working on is consistently changing over time. So if you're going into school now, you're doing your best. So you learn as many topics relevant to your current interests and you explore that to the best of your ability, always accepting that it's never going to be the same by the time you get there. So kind of like when someone starts learning Japanese, for example. The difference is like if you take someone who's in applied field, when they learn Japanese, what they would do is they would find quote unquote the best strategy, whatever the best strategy is offered on the internet, and they will proceed to do that and hold it static and expect that there is minimal change from their initial starting point, and they would achieve their goal using the best strategy. That's usually, in my opinion, someone who is a non-PhD person who works on pragmatism. So the pragmatic way to save time is to find the best strategy and go about that. So like if you a first year in undergrad, you tell yourself, I'm going to do this to pursue a PhD, that will be largely irrelevant by the time you get to it. So in another 4 years, the landscape of your pursuit will have dramatically changed. In fact, you probably are going to develop something beyond just volumetric holograms, if that is the case. However, by the time you get to the end of your undergrad and you're thinking, I'm still going to do the same thing that I've done, that I planned to do 4 years ago when you started college, then I would say that's probably going to be some serious growing pains when you enter graduate study, because graduate study does not select for people who have static thoughts. They are rarely ever in that way. And by the way, this is not to be expected of a freshman. What I'm specifically saying is when you go through your years and you become a senior, when you're about to graduate, the idea is the perspective is supposed to change. Like your life experience, your experience in college is going to take you and decide or help you decide if, yeah, do you want to pursue a PhD or a non-PhD? Right? Like, and a non-PhD is what I would say any field that has applicable science. Like making volumetric holograms can be in applied sciences, as in electrical, you know, like technological engineering, an engineering degree of some sort. And that is probably as short as I can keep it to emphasize that I don't think necessarily. I know you said that it requires a PhD in optics now. I'm not entirely sure if volumetric holograms will require a PhD in optics 4 years from now. So that is kind of a tough statement for me because I have no idea what optics is. When I think about a PhD in optics, it would require the understanding that whatever is still needed for volumetric holograms is in a field of conceptual science. That's why there's a PhD requirement in optics. However, when that technology and that foundation is established, which could happen in the next 4 years or within your PhD program, it may no longer be a PhD requirement. The consideration is that most of the time PhD means that it's in a field of conception. Right? Conception and testing is what would happen with that technology. So if you're asking yourself, I just want to discover things, I want to create things, lead in thinking, that, in my opinion, is what defines a person who wants to become, who wants to go to graduate school. It's not necessarily what the application is. Like, I don't often feel that the successful candidates are people who say, oh, I have an application that I want to do. That's usually, they are far happier, in my opinion, or more appropriately in line when they pursue like a master's in a applied field somewhere, like engineering, for example. They're far more happier in that nature. You can still pursue a PhD, obviously, and discover if you're interested in that. But generally, the philosophy, right? The doctoral philosophy, the PH in PhD is for discovery, is for creation. So anything you now know that you can do now is probably not the thing you're going to study then. The whole goal between a master, like a PhD and a master's, is the idea that the PhD will likely be something conceptualized. You're looking for new foundations. So you're going beyond foundations. And masters at the end of, like, typically I would say masters and bachelors is help you gain the foundations of critical thinking and problem solving skills for your existing field. And then PhD is when there are no right answers and tons of questions, and you are responsible for the thinking. I think that is one of the, to go back to Crazy Wave's initial question, what is the difference between getting a PhD? Is it different from getting a master's? Yes, one of the biggest differences is that this stands for novel critical thinking and problem solving skills. So the last thing you want to do is go online and hope that someone else can answer your questions. That's typically not the routine. You're going to go to lab, you're going to go to your research, and you're going to rack your brain around something that only a select few will be able to communicate with you to do. So to me, if you're going to make freeform volumetric holograms, and that is a conceptual, like there's a conceptual understanding of that now, I would say it's probably going to be a very specific part of freeform volumetric holograms that you're going to dedicate your PhD in optics to, which can sound like a lot of fun in my opinion. I spent 7 years looking at a very specific step in a very, very long life cycle, or what relatively long life cycle of viral particles. So, and that nuance is the level of a PhD. So you're not looking to make the entire thing. Like making freeform volumetric holograms sounds like, to me, sounds like 30 PhDs, and then down the line, hundreds of engineers before it's conceptualized. So you might, like, if you're thinking about, oh, you're just interested in a very specific part that is like a, I don't know, a bottleneck for the development of freeform volumetric holograms, and you're specifically interested to conceptualize and overcome a specific hologram, like a specific principle that's related to the construction of freeform volumetric holograms, then those are probably the questions that a PhD bound person would be interested in. Not the sake of making something, but more the exploration of its principles. Otherwise, you can probably, like, save yourself, quote unquote, alternatively save yourself a couple years to pursue engineering if you're specifically interested in making the holograms as opposed to conceptualizing the hologram. Something like that, I would say. Oh, there, drama. Two students in one day. Really, really cool. What have you been doing, drama? I've had the privilege to meet someone who's allegedly a first-year undergrad who's interested in optics, especially pursuing a PhD in optics, and then a second-year business student who has an interest in civic duties and management stuff. That is wildly different. Like both of them are wildly different. No CS majors to be found, drama. Not today. In before, like two CS majors who want to make video games. Crazy, I know, drama, crazy. I haven't even met someone who wanted to be in linguistics. You've been immersing quite a lot? Oh, tell me about your immersion. What are you immersing in at the moment?
学習
後期 灯る
Sounds good. Your hope was generally to make it exist, so maybe it's not the right path. You're a CS major, not interested in video games though. Oh, you're a CS major? Okay. Salty. My thought is, if by the time you graduate, right? By the time you graduate in your undergrad, if the thing that you're interested in is still in the conceptual phase, like, and no one's doing it, or someone is doing it, but a collective few are having conceptual bottlenecks, and your thought in your head is, I just want to see if I can make it possible. I think that is kind of it. Like, so to me, for now, keep thinking that way. I think one of the, if I had to guess, like in a top, there are signs that I typically look for, top 5, we like tier lists, right? Top 5. Some of the signs is if you're constantly thinking like no one asked, but you want to see, you're specifically interested in the concept, and you're still thinking that by the time you become a senior, right? I think, to me, that's a pretty good that's a green flag. So for now, since you're in the first year of your college, you know, do your classes and whatnot, explore, right? And by the time you become a senior and you're like, nah, I'm just interested in concepts, you know, how things work, that pretty much no one is asking about. Like things like that where, well, everyone seems to use electricity or like they use optics in this way, but do they even know how to use optics in a different way? That kind of thing. Those are the things that I would say is a major green flag for PhD pursuit, because you have to have that vision eventually in order to defend your thesis. That is what your thesis is going to be. So, you know, chill, follow your field for 4 years, follow your interest in freeform volumetric holograms or whatever is related, and you follow it until it's time to make a decision, and you write and defend a thesis for it. For me, I was simply interested, like, to give you a very quick thing. I didn't even know what I was interested in until my second year in grad school. So I was already in a PhD program, and you actually decide what to pursue, like what you're going to pursue then. And long story short, to like compress it down, it ended up being a virus lab, actually a retroviral lab. I ended up being in a retroviral lab, which that's not what I set up for. If you ask me my first year of college, I was set out to be I was actually going into medicine. And then by the time my 4th year rolled around, I was pretty sure I was going to be a biochemist in protein science. Then I spent 2 years, the next 2 years, in a government lab studying skin tumorigenesis. But then the first 2 years, I actually cycled into protein labs again. But then ultimately, I ended up in a retrovirology lab, which studied specifically an avian retrovirus. And even then, we were looking at insertional mutagenesis. Just very specifically using a particular step in avian retrovirology. And you might be thinking, okay, so what does this have to do with education? All of these things right here, that's semantics. That's just semantics to me. A PhD is someone who learns things. They learn and discover things. Whether it's old or new or trendy or applicable, the whole idea is you take all of these and you synthesize something new and learn from it. So no, I don't study any of these things anymore. However, it would take me, if I were to get employed into a field, then I will synthesize and do the thing. So whether it's Japanese or Chinese, the PhD part that you have is the critical thinking part. The critical thinking and problem solving part. So rarely is it often about the thing you're doing, like the semantic of the thing you're doing, but you're always indefinitely interested in the process or understanding the process of something. So hopefully when you go through college, that's all you think about, at least in my opinion. By the time, if I talk to a senior and that senior is like, I've learned way too much in college, and now there's so many things I can do, I'll just make a list of the top 10 things that are interesting to me and see where the opportunities takes me, because it doesn't really matter as long as I'm interested and invested in studying and learning something. That's usually the difference, in my opinion, between someone who will eventually be a successful doctoral, right, a doctorate, versus someone who is going to get slammed by their narrow vision. They'll be constrained by their interest, which is usually not a great indicator for pursuing graduate studies. When someone says something like, oh, I'm going to college to do this very thing, and then 4 years down the line they're like, I'm still going to do this very thing, then you're limited. Then that's not to say bad or good, but inappropriate for someone who's pursuing independent thought, because then you have a dependency and a restriction on how well you can solve problems and critically think. In order to be someone who is bringing something into life, like something conceptual that's never been conceptualized before, it requires that you are not bound by something that is pre-existing. You can use all pre-existing things, but in order to create something anew or create novel discoveries, it requires skills that, and like a personality, I would say, an environment that is appropriate for that person. You don't generally focus on application, you generally like learning for the sake of it. For example, you're currently trying to conceptually understand how computers work. You're working on Nan to Tetris right now, which talks about how computers work from the beginning to the end, and you make a computer from scratch. That sounds like you're on your way. You never focus on application, you don't like making things, you like learning. Yeah, that sounds good. And you keep at it until you're senior, right? Until your 4 years of college. Hopefully you keep that up. I think that's it's a nice green flag for a PhD candidate, for sure. You kind of reached a point where you have fun listening to N3-ish level podcasts, but you completely lost when you're not reading subs. I mean, why not both? But you don't want to go back to listen to super boring, lower level content to practice subsist listening. You've seen the light. Subless light. Oh, I see. That's an interesting thought. I don't think I ever had subless listening or reading or hearing yet, even in my native language. So that's interesting. I'm not sure what is it that you feel like you're gaining or losing when you're reading and listening and doing things at the same time. It'll be interesting to see how you overcome that barrier. I don't think I've ever thought of it as a crutch before, so perhaps you and I will have. There's no subtitles in real life? Oh, there are subtitles in real life. It's up here. Drama. I disagree with you entirely. Sounds good. You're going back to reading your book. Have a good one. Yeah, take care, Salty. Thanks for the challenging question. I wish you the best. If you so happen to remember in a year's time or 2 years, 2 years time, maybe when you graduate, I would love to be here, hopefully alive, to congratulate you. And maybe even hear from what your PhD pursuits will be. Salty. Good luck, good luck. Yeah, Drama, I disagree with you. There are subtitles in real life. It's right up here. So, your mind is as big as you think it is. Like, for example, if you're looking at this and you believe there are no subtitles, then that's perfectly fine. I actually think of Kana when I hear someone talk about things. So prefrontal cortex. I mean, sure, Drama. I don't know what else to tell you other than visualizing characters and whatnot is something I do on a daily basis. So whether they're on there or not, you can keep telling yourself that there's no subtitles in real life. If you don't want subtitles in real life, you don't need subtitles in real life. I hope I get to hear how you navigate that. Like for me, I don't like I still do read things with both and all of the above. And I didn't really talk about how my method works, so it'll be interesting to hear what your method is, or what you think my method is that you're trying out. A lot of times it's like mix and match to keep myself on my feet. So like double subtitles, triple subtitles, hybrid language. Like most of the content that I watch are in 2 languages and 2 subtitles back to back. So I already mentioned the type of content that I watch where people speak 2 languages and have two sets of subtitles back and forth. And then if they don't, I simply have the same subtitle of the same language. That includes English, I suppose. I don't know if that for the record, I don't know if that improves listening or not. Like some people will say, well, if you take the subtitles away, isn't your listening worse? And like, yeah, it's worse. It's less information. Like, okay, well, if you took away the sound and only put the subtitles, right? If you mute the video and only put the subtitles, is it harder? Yes, it's harder. It's less information. All right. Well, what if you only read the words and the words were read to you without anything seen at all? You're just hearing the words. Is it harder? And it's like, yeah, it's harder. It's less information. So, and then you ask me, what is the easiest way to consume immersion? Subtitles, sounds, vision, commentary, and also the native content, context, and a documentary or something that gives me another like background to what that primes me for the program. All of that stuff. Throw all that stuff in and I'm good to go. So in the future, when someone tells me, oh yeah, like how do you immerse? It's like, well, I immerse with all the information. I immerse in all the information and I take turns focusing on a few things here and there. Like, okay, well then what if I just took away this stuff and took away that stuff and took away that stuff? It's like, yeah, you can take away those stuff, then I'll try. So I don't do isolated practice like pure reading. I do, like, whenever the opportunity presents itself. I don't plan isolated practices when I'm immersing. Like, that wouldn't be immersing anymore. So pure reading is not immersing. Pure reading is pure reading. So I guess my definition and your definition might be a little different here. Immersing is, you call it IRL. That's everything. I do everything when I'm doing everything. So when I'm talking to you and holding a conversation, I do have a web in my head that's filled with keywords that I could imagine needing to use during my conversation if I wanted to. So when I'm immersing, I'm doing everything, or I'm using as many things as I can. And then I'm figuring out where my quote unquote weaknesses are, or like maybe my crutches, that's what you're referring to, right? Crutches, like, so then you try to take it away, right? Take it away. And I totally understand. The process is you take away your crutch so you can work predominantly on your things. My alternative is I focus on those things. So I try to focus on those things in the swarm of those things. So like, despite subtitles being there, am I listening? Or am I reading? Sometimes, some days I'm reading more than I'm listening, and some days I'm listening more than I'm reading. When it comes to the immersion in IRL, everything is available to you. Or at least that's what I think of as immersion. When you're in the state of immersion, you have every possible information for you to use. When you're unnaturally learning, quote unquote, unnatural, so non-immersion methods. Non-immersion methods is when you take things away. You take away things and you like focus only available things. So like if you're purely reading, then to me that's purely reading. So you're specifically only reading. And some people would say, well, I immerse in manga, right? Like you immerse in manga. And I'm like, it's missing audio. Say, well, manga is not supposed to have audio. I hear audio when I'm reading. So when I read a book, I see colors, I see pictures, I hear soundtracks. So when a word, you know, like the crimson drop of blood, you know, echoes in the vacant hallway, I hear and see the things too. So my perspective on immersion is that you do most of these things regardless if you're trying to focus on them or not. So that's, at least in my opinion, what immersion is. So when you read a book, you're not purely reading, you're reading and hearing and seeing and drawing and all that stuff. Now, to me, if you're wondering, okay, well then what's the drawback? It sounds like whatever you're saying will cover everything. So I know it doesn't. I can't focus on things. So like I practice focusing on things. So this is where the unnatural stuff comes in. Right? This is unnatural. And I still do it. So when I see this, I still see an image and a color. Like, what do you think this color is? Like this character. What do you think this character is? Oh, actually, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but I'm sure you are at this point. Immediately, this character is black. The left one is black. No thing, it's black. And then this color, what's the color of this? This is red. So you get a black-red color. And why is it important to get a black-red color? Because it's typically negative. Not that it's important. Like, I'm not saying it's important. The idea is I remember things willy-nilly, so it's difficult for me to know when I'm purely reading or not. Like, I'm not, like, if you're purely reading this, what does that mean? Like, if you're only reading this because there's only characters here, what do you see? I'm gonna be real, this is gonna kinda suck, but I see someone kicking a dog. If you're wondering why I'm seeing kicking a dog, it has something to do with this meaning. Mubo. Yeah, imagination. It's reckless. It's reckless to kick a dog. That's the first image that came to my head. Someone who's being reckless. The reason why I'm thinking about dogs is because I doom scrolled some dog videos before I started streaming, so I'm just thinking of dogs right now. For you, is kicking a cat? Yeah. So, alright, drama. But hear me out. When you're doing sublist listening, I would love to know how you get across that. Because there's one thing that you also said earlier. You said you don't want to watch boring, lower level content. This is another thing. Oh, and we can relate this to PhD, sort of. So when you're saying boring, lower level content, it's to assume that lower level content, there's some relationship between how things are boring and that they're low level content. Like, what I mean is these things are somehow related for you. And when I'm listening to this, quote, lower level or higher level, whichever, right? The question is, I guess you're purely listening, or you want to purely listen. And that's probably the thing that you and I might not feel the same anymore. Like, you and I probably don't feel ever the same about this, which is the idea that whether it's lower leveled, boring would imply that there's no information that is interesting. Like, what I mean is, if you're purely listening, then I would agree with you. At least my understanding is the concept is when they're saying things, if you're purely listening to them, it's going to be boring because you're purely listening. I'm not purely listening when I'm listening to, I don't care if it's higher or lower. I'm not purely listening to them. Like, I know what they're saying, but then I use my imagination, right? I hear what it is. I see the flag that's interesting to me. So like a lower level content would be something like, oh, they're talking about moving. Like, they're moving, you know, they talk about moving homes, right? And the only thing I think about is like, oh, okay, moving homes, huh? What does that remind me of? Oh, moving to college. So like, I imagine when they're talking, I imagine myself moving to college. I'm like, huh, I wonder what I can say with that. So that's kind of what I mean. And then higher, so hear me out. Higher, it's not boring. I agree with you. Higher is not boring because you're learning something, right? You're trying to learn something, and the higher stuff is engaging to you because you have a lot more to think about. And I totally get that. So this is my way of sympathizing with you, right? For me, that's also true. The higher it is, there's more to learn and more engaging stuff. So that means I'm doing less imagination. So I don't have to do a lot of work. I don't have to do more work as I'm going. So usually when something is boring, it also means I have to do more work. However, the more work doesn't mean that it's bad. I think some people think it's bad because it's boring, because there's not a lot of work to do. So when someone talks about their day, right? Oh man, your day, like someone is talking to you and it's like, oh, I ate eggs today. There was it was nice weather. Flags. I have something to pay attention to. So when it becomes boring, I end up doing more work. So for example, when I'm listening to lower content, I do listen to N5 content still. I listen to this particular person, and I was listening to the inflection point. So she has this interesting inflection all the time, and that's what I was paying attention to. Now it takes me a split second, right? It takes me a split second to know what she's going to say because I already know N5, right? That part is boring. That part is boring. But I was listening for her accent the whole time. So I'm there instead of paying attention to what she's saying to remind me of like stuff. I'm more interested in how she says, how she breaks up all of her syllables, like breaks up all of her ideas. Like where does she end? You know, watashi no, right? Watashi no, and then like benkyou wo, right? Like that type of thing. I start thinking about that stuff as opposed to like the stuff that I need to review, right? The boring. So over time, regardless of what is boring, it's interesting because there's more other things to evaluate, like her face. Like I look at her face and the shapes that she's making when she's saying something, and then her body language and her like environment, and then what type of pictures that they show or something like that, or what type of picture I picture. So that's kind of how I keep myself like not bored, but still like working on lower content, I suppose, if you're thinking about lower higher content. That part you and I might not see the same. However, I want to hear your version of it, like how you're going about it, and maybe I could try it out, something like that. Like for my purpose, whenever someone tells me, oh, like when are you gonna go watch anime without subtitles, and I'm like, whenever I decide to not use subtitles for any language, which is rarely. The times that I use no sub, the times when I use no sub is I don't look at it. I know this might sound like, well, if you're looking at the screen, the subs are there, right? So aren't you looking at it? It's like, well, sort of. When I'm playing a video game, for example, my eyes are on the video game. And when I'm listening to an anime, for example, the subs are still on there, but I'm really actually just listening to it. And I'm watching the video game. I'm listening to the anime. So this is where it gets a little dicey. Like sometimes when people think, oh, I talked about this earlier about divested attention. This happens a lot. So my mind tends to wander quite a bit. I'm like a fourth wall, guilty as charged kind of person. So oftentimes when I'm watching an anime, I'm thinking about how these subs are composed, if I'm looking at the sub. And if I'm looking at the image, I'm thinking about the composition of the image and like the animation, how I would produce the animation. So when I'm watching an anime, you could even call this like not immersed. Like some people, this is where I feel like I'm still having trouble connecting to people. When someone says they're immersed, they mean like taken away, right? Taken away to someone else's world. So like pure immersion, as in you are in this scape, forgetting time, right? Yeah, like you're lost. You get lost in the pureness of whatever you're consuming. Yeah, trance state. And rarely am I in that trance state. I'm not in that state. So the irony here is I'm in a state that I'm immersing. So how do I immerse in my way. In my immersion is I'm filled with thoughts. Which can be the same, by the way, which can be the same. Like, I'm immersing in this person's work. But immersing in this person's work means that I have to connect with my feelings, my thoughts, my nostalgia, my all of me, like all my thinking process. So oftentimes that deals with fourth wall stuff. So like whenever whenever an interesting scene comes up, my first thought is, I wonder why they decided to stage it during the day as opposed to during the night. And then how would the filmography look like? You know, how would the cinematography look like if it was a night shot as opposed to a day shot? And meanwhile, you know, the people who are immersing would be consumed, right? They would be consumed by what's literally in front of them and nothing beyond that. And I can say occasionally in my life that has happened, but it's rarely now, which would be cool. Like, I try. Sometimes I try to be like, okay, just go for the ride. Don't try to guess what's going to happen. Don't think about like the escalating factors. Do not connect the dots. Simply immerse, right? That's kind of how I get closer to describing what other people do. When you're purely reading, you're specifically reading only for the words. So when you're purely reading like a book, then the author can trick you. The author can bamboozle you, right? The author can lead you into a dead end. You can assume the role of that character. And that's pretty interesting. It's pretty much not how I read books anymore. So that's kind of a tough one. Hey Maku, surprised to see you stream this early. Is this you going back to your normal streaming time again? Sort of. Today's Friday, so I have an evening call on Fridays. So I have to stream earlier on Fridays in anticipation of a later evening. We've discussed immersion in media before. I was surprised by your view on it when you first explained it. Yeah, I don't break the fourth wall very often. Unless I get like IMAX is what I can get overwhelmed. So like you can overwhelm me with sensation, right? With senses. I think that's the closest thing that I'll ever get to like a trance state, like an immersion state, where like if we were sitting in a room, right? If we were sitting in a room and it's like an IMAX thing, right? And all my senses get overloaded, then yes, I would say that's the closest thing I would get to immersion. However, since I spend most of my time in front of a computer screen at my leisure, most of the time I'm fourth walling. Like, I am I can already feel it. If Drama and I decide to watch a movie, I feel like I would annoy the heck out of Drama. Because if Drama asked me like, oh, okay, well, just, you know, do what you normally do, I would be talking non-stop through the entire movie. Because I would have to communicate all my thoughts to the person. If I sat there and kept all the thoughts to myself, then there's no way the person next to me will know what's going on in my head. Like, legitimately. Like, if I sit alone in a room and I'm watching something, so many things are going on in my head. So if someone wanted to understand what's going on in my head when I'm watching a movie, they wouldn't be able to watch the movie. That's what I mean. So most of the time when I go to the movies and I watch with other people, I used to still go to the theater. And what happens is I keep track of all my thoughts. Like, I legitimately scroll through all my thoughts. And then when the movie ends and we go out, like maybe to eat or something, that's when I would say, like, I would like vomit an essay on the movie. But the people that I'm with, they were immersing in the movie. So what they would do is they would say something like, oh yeah, I felt so sad when this happened. I was very moved when this happened. And I was excited when this happened. And then that would be the end of it. Meanwhile, I was talking about the MacGuffin that happened in the first 5 seconds of the movie, and every instance of when that MacGuffin is shown up and how it basically acts as a MacGuffin the entire movie. And then someone else is like, no, it's not a MacGuffin. I felt sad for that thing. I'm like, that's not the mechanic of the thing. They never got the thing, right? So it would be something like that, where like, what's a MacGuffin? A MacGuffin is like, let's use an MCU example. Let's say there's an artifact, right? There's an artifact that everyone fights over, right? Some very powerful thing. And by the end of the movie, it existed, but no one got it. That's a MacGuffin. I'm trying to think of a very specific one, but a lot of times when you think of Marvel movies, that's a MacGuffin. Like Marvel movies have a lot of MacGuffins where like, oh yeah, this is so powerful and thing, and they fought over it and everything, and it just doesn't make it. Could have been anything, and it wouldn't matter. It could have been anything. They would just fight over things just because they're fighting over things, not because there's a powerful entity or something like that. Like, oh yeah, this is priceless. Yeah, the One Ring. Yeah, the One Ring is like, they would fight over it, but they would still fight over it if it didn't exist. Like, most of the time, all like the actions, right? The actions of the characters and stuff, they're really just fighting each other. It would have been irrelevant if you took out the thing. The thing is very irrelevant. Even the quality of the thing or what the thing is. So a lot of times MCU does a slight MacGuffin, where they're like, they keep describing this all-powerful artifact thing, but it didn't affect the series of actions in the movie. They fought each other, they beat each other, and it could have been a dollar bill. I don't know. So that's kind of the things that I would talk about. And I knew this for a long time. Like, I would say, you know how like you watch a dog video, right? You watch a dog video and someone would watch like 30 minutes of dog videos, and they would simply say, oh, it makes me feel good. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, oh man, 30 minutes of dog videos. I wonder what the frequency of the different dog breeds are. And I feel like a substantial majority of them uses a particular point of view process. Huh. I wonder if the statistical nature of the dog breeds reflect a particular demographic. This is what I would be thinking about. Like, legitimately, when someone says, I just want to immerse, like I just want to vibe, right? Vibe and immerse and make things easy. My first thought is, I make things harder. So no, I don't like vegging out. So whenever someone says like, I'm doom scrolling, right? I tell people I do doom scroll 10 minutes before stream. And then someone tells me, oh, so what do you do during the doom scrolling? Like, they're curious. Why would I doom scroll? It's like the true answer, the truth is, I don't doom scroll. I literally watch the shorts to figure out a story and like a hot take to talk about in a day. So like, the idea of sitting around and immersing in things, like the way people immerse, is the passive thing that they do. They like to do it passively, as in, oh, just don't think about the things you watch. You're just trying to consume it. You're consuming the media. And my first thought is, hey, if I'm up and about, I might as well make something of it, which is related to the whole PhD discussion earlier. The idea is when I look at something, I'm not purely looking at it. I'm thinking about it. So if you show me a dog, I'm observing the dog, like what kind of breed it is and how it has a slightly off-centered ears, and it's interesting how this dog is not occupying all the space of the frame. What's the deal with the owner being left-handed because the view is constantly to the left of the dog or something like that. So constantly like that. And I think the only way I can immerse in something is probably sensory overload. When something like overloads all my senses so I can stop thinking about things. But usually not really. So most things are interesting. Princess Peach, a MacGuffin? Yes, I would say Princess Peach is totally a MacGuffin. Now, Zelda is no longer a MacGuffin, because Zelda actually does impact the things, but Peach, it's kind of hard because Peach also like now does things. Like Peach is playable in the game, you know what I mean? But the princess, oftentimes the princess is a MacGuffin. Like, for example, if you make the argument that, right, Mario and Bowser just don't like each other. You know, they just don't like each other. Right? If you think about it this way, think about the first Mario film. This is topical because Mario Galaxy just recently came out. So think about the first Mario film, right? Where was Princess Peach in it? Like, if you have to think about how Peach was introduced, besides just there's Mario and there's Bowser, then it's probably a MacGuffin. Like, it is part of the storyline, by the way. In the first Mario film, Peach was part of the storyline. But the question is, do you know exactly what nature Peach had impact on it? Would Mario and Bowser still duke it out, even if Princess Peach wasn't there? I don't know. My first thought is, man, I don't even know what Princess Peach did, like, at all, like, in the movie anymore. Like, I'm not even sure. I know, was DK in the... I think DK had more of a role in the first Mario film than Peach. No, you see, I'm not sure Peach was in there. Because, remember Bowser sang about Peach, right? So technically Peach was not a MacGuffin, I guess, in the Princess Peach, in the Mario film, because Bowser had an entire song dedicated to Peach, so sure. Like, the whole motivation, like, Bowser's motivation is to get Princess Peach, right? And then Mario is supposed to get Princess Peach back. My first thought is, if Princess Peach was removed, would they still duke it out? I honestly think most of the time Mario would still duke it out with Bowser, even if Peach had nothing to do with the premise of the show. But technically, she's not a MacGuffin. Usually it's like, I would say an Indiana Jones movie. An Indiana Jones movie would be a great MacGuffin. Like, the compass, the whatever treasure they're looking for, it ends up being a MacGuffin. I don't know enough about the games, unfortunately. Yeah, last time you went to the cinema, it made your heart beat out of your chest. Oh yeah, exactly, the immersion thing. Yeah, Anyways, yeah, today is interesting. It's been an interesting day today. Yeah, how are you doing, Procall? We'll try to get this thing finished first.
覚悟
I'm gonna go. Sorry if you missed out, but what call did you have to have later? Oh, like just our normal Friday thing. I've been doing like a normal Friday thing in the evening with someone. So typically on Fridays I'm a little earlier because I want to finish up, eat, and then do that. And it takes a really long time. And then tomorrow I'll be like up in a later time again because of how later. Go eat something, maybe check in later. Yeah, take care, Drama. Let me know. Wait, hold up. Let me know how you go about what you do to get like less boring and your sublist thing. I genuinely want to hear how someone else goes about it, because I genuinely have not. Movie theaters are the only time I've ever like had subless thoughts, so to speak, like have subless thoughts. So you're gonna have to fill me in. I would love to hear deeper like investigation of how you go about your pure reading and stuff. Yeah, definitely don't be shy, because I want to learn about how other people are experiencing things. You're doing well, thanks. You've pretty much finished your group project. You guys built from scratch an AR fault detection system with a web page and mobile app. AR fault detection. You could send you some screenshot videos of it if you're interested. Yeah, absolutely. Take care, Drama. Take care. Enjoy. AR fault detection system with a web page and mobile app. So what kind of AR fault is it? Like what is the nature of the fault? My first thought is like I'm basically imagining like some sort of equipment that is displaying something, right? Displaying something, and you have you have a companion device, like a app, right? That allows you to diagnose in AR equipment, like AR overlay. Okay, it's for public transportation station, like bus stations. Okay, so you video the station, all right, and then the AR overlay will scan and identify faults, like say cracks. Oh, okay, so it's an AR to okay, it's to analyze using an AR interface. I see. Intriguing. And I imagine the scanning and identifying part leads into the integration of machine learning and all that stuff that you are currently doing. Is this still part of the same course? The course that is integrating like the use of AI and whatnot? So this AR fault detection system is using that the underlying process to leverage for like the display. So like you have the AR overlay, and then what's detecting the cracks and all of that other stuff is an application of the underlying. It's mostly a proof of concept, but you have added the ability to scan QR codes, which then correlates to a certain tool needed. Okay, fair enough. Sounds like Google Lens. Actually, are you able to I'm guessing that's proprietary, but are you able to like construct things like that? I imagine that's kind of where we're headed, right? You sent me a video of it. Okay. Intriguing. Like you know how Google Lens, when it first came out, how it works, right? I imagine then it's in somewhat like that, only now you have a existing overlay on top that depicts the information as it's going. Are you having a problem with Discord? Because it seems like my Discord is not connecting. Yeah, it says we have identified the issue. Many users are unable to start this decision. I think. Oh, Discord is out right now. Sorry. Too many users. You're devastated. Okay. I'll look at it later, Procol. I could use my imagination for now. Oh, the video exceeds the size limit as well. Oh yeah, that's okay. You can choose to describe it if you want. I'll use my imagination until we get back on Discord. No worries. Like, you know, you're familiar with Google Lens, right? Let's just say Google Lens, you put an AR overlay on top of a Google Lens, right? Am I to say that what you're doing is having something that screens for specific tools that deal with fault detection, but very much like the way Google Lens is fetching information by corroborating their search engine, right? So their database and their trained things that they're looking for correlate with their tools. Meanwhile, you were doing something to correlate with your tools that are involved, which, as far as I remember, QR codes is definitely one of the functionalities of the Google Lens technology, like software, as well as like others like Bixby and all of them, if they still exist. I don't know what the iOS one's called, but I'm sure it has a fancy name. Okay. All right. Let's get back to this as we... Mental readiness. You know, this would be a great word. Yeah, this is what I mean. Mental readiness is probably a better description. Yeah, before you came in, Procol, Drama shared that he reached a point where he's been listening to like a certain Japanese level podcast, but he gets lost when he's not reading subtitles. So he doesn't want to go back to listen to super boring like low level content to practice like subless listening. And that's where I started digressing and talking about that's interesting thought that you separate the like you see them as separate things. And then he said that there's no subtitles in real life, right? There's no subtitles in real life. And my first thought is, that's interesting, because I don't think there's like IRL is not like subtitleless. Now the thought is, then I tried to describe what I think about when I'm listening to people, and that's when the thing happens. It differs because some people see color and they see text when they're listening, whether it's there or not. So like when what he was talking about is he was trying to practice by purely doing it. So purely reading, purely listening. And I was describing what happens in my brain, which is very, very difficult for me to do, where others might have maybe significant, stronger propensity to do so. Like when I read your text, I hear you. It doesn't matter if I don't know what you sound like. do you want to know what I think you sound like, or what type of? I use various voices, based on all the information I know from you. Nick Frost, right? That's who I think you sound like right now. Like when you say something like derpy, I immediately just assume that you sound like Nick Frost. Sometimes Simon Pegg. Like it's between Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. That's who I think you sound like. Like when I'm reading your message. Again, it's not about the accuracy. It's simply like I don't, and I told Mika this too. When I read people's text, it's not that far off. Interesting. Like when I read people's messages, I hear their voices. So whenever someone's like voice acting, right? When I'm reading, a lot of times when you're purely listening, like in a video game, you'll have subtitles or you'll have dialogue, and then the voice actor might not be voiced, but you will hear examples of the voice actor. So then when you see your cutscenes, you hear the voice actor, and then when you read it, you can hear the voice actor. At least that's what I think, right? That's what I usually assume. However, I was incorrect. Actually, a lot of people, what they do nowadays is when they hear the cutscene, they hear the voice actors, right? The people who are speaking, like literally. But when they go to read the dialogue boxes, like in an RPG game, they read it in their own voice. And what happens is it makes it boring. Like, I thought most people would, like, they remember the actor's voice, right? And then they would read it like the actor. So they're like imagining the actor continuing to read the dialogue, right? That they have. And then I would imagine the narrator, like a narrator voice. Like a lot of times RPG games don't have narrator voices. So I am the narrator. So I would speak and imagine what type of narrator I want to be. Like, this is a fantasy game. Let's go read like a narrator's voice in fantasy. So I would pick someone. Like, for example, if it's a feudal English game, like a medieval time game, I would think of Stephen Fry. Like, that's who I would think of, because I heard a lot of his audiobooks. He read the entirety of Harry Potter to me. Like, I legitimately listened to him, since audiobooks, there's no subtitles, right, in audiobooks. So I hear Stephen Fry's voice whenever a narrator has to happen. If not, I just think of Gandalf. What's his name? Ewan? No. What's the Gandalf actor's name? Ian McKellen, right? Ian McKellen, right? That's who I imagine. So when I'm speaking, it's not that I'm trying to do an impersonation of them. It's how they speak, like what they sound like in my head. So you don't necessarily have to literally have it in front of you to see it. Yeah, and you do that too. Good morning. Sanan one? Thanon. Good morning. What'd you call it? Procall. You think that'd be normal, but I found out that than one. Oh, than one. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, than one. Procall. I think you would think that's normal, just using you as a background podcast. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You're welcome. You're welcome to do so. That's interesting, the podcast thing. When you think that'd be normal, but I actually think it's not. So whenever I ask someone, okay, so now you're reading the dialogue, right? The RPG game, right? The RPG game, and then there's a bunch of dialogue, but there's no voices coming out, right? And it would be like an NPC, for example. It would be NPC, not another character, like some other character. And when you're reading it, most people find it less engaging, at least in my opinion, nowadays, like the younger crowd. The younger crowd, when I'm polling them, I ask them, so what are you hearing? Like, what are you seeing? What is going on in your head when you're reading this information? And their thought is like, nothing's going on. It's just the text. And my first thought is like, what do you mean by it's just the text? The thing says something. It's like, do you think they're angry? It's like, well, I don't know if they're angry if it doesn't say they're angry. So that's the part that I didn't realize was happening. So oftentimes people are purely reading. They're purely reading. So it gets to a point where now I meet people who says, well, it's not on the screen. It's not on the screen, so how do you know? I'm like, well, you can infer it. Like, you can infer it. There's probably something behind this door that they're referring to, right? They need to have visual... Yeah, they need visual clues. Visual clues or literal words. Literal words to tell you. So that's what I think Drama and I earlier were talking about. When someone is purely reading... When they're purely reading something, they're not inferring. There's not deducing, not inferring anything. And for myself, I don't think I've done that in a long time. So whenever someone like, read an information, right? When they read info online and they tell you a fact, it's usually within the confines of that fact. It's a very similar mechanic. So when someone says, oh, it is healthy to drink water, right? And my first thought is like, huh, that's a funny way to state it. It's healthy to drink water. When is it not healthy to drink water? Is water the... Why just water? Why single out water? That's usually what I'm thinking. So whenever someone says their immersion... Sorry, you were AFK the past couple of minutes. Oh, no worries. So when you're immersing... When someone is immersed in something. When someone is immersed in something, I think that's how they're operating. They're operating within the confines of all the explicit information that they have. And sometimes they project. Sometimes. And what I mean by sometimes when they project is the idea that, okay, you're immersing. It's like, but how would I feel in that situation, right? Like, oh no, if I was there, I would be freaked out right now. But the character that they're playing is seemingly very calm. I wonder why that's the case. That's the fourth wall break. Oftentimes it causes a fourth wall break. Like, for example, when you watch a horror film, right? Or like a dramatic irony setup. Anything that has dramatic irony, it can take you out. Basically, like, break immersion, right? And for me, it's the opposite. For me to get immersed in something, I literally break the immersion. So, I've been using this term differently when it came to language learning. When I am truly immersed in language learning, I'm taking in everything. Like, I'm projecting, I'm corroborating, I'm thinking in Chinese and Spanish while I'm reading Japanese. That's me immersing in language learning. But I think for most people, when they're saying they're immersing, they want to immerse in language, like in a Japanese thing, they want to immerse in the podcast. As in, they want to be taken away by the podcast, not immersing in the joy of learning a language. It's more immersing in the content. So then that goes back to Drama's comment. They say boring, low level N5 content because they believe they are an N3, and N3 is less boring. And I already did this with Mika too. Whenever Mika, I'm sure Mika's still here. When we were like looking at random, like easy listening podcasts, I had so many questions, but Mika was determined to prove to me that she finds it boring. And my first thought is like, yeah, it would be boring if it was confined to the content they're talking about. That means no projection. You don't use projection and no critical thinking. It has to be explicitly and literally interesting to be interesting. So whenever someone thinks about content online on internet, that's where targeted algorithms work best. They target the thing that you believe is going to be literally and explicitly interesting. And my personal consumption of internet is I want to become interested in the content, not the other way around. So when something is targeting me, it's usually boring because it panders to me. So whenever I talk about like a video game that panders to me, just because it's boring doesn't mean it's doesn't mean I dislike it. So we have to be careful about that. I still like things that pander to me. Like, hey, oh, here's another deck builder. Here's another deck builder that does all the things that I'm used to. It's like that panders to me, but it's intellectually boring. Like, I'm not interested intellectually, but I still like to play it. Like, I enjoy eating the same sandwich that I know what it tastes like already, but it's still enjoyable. It's boring though. It's a boring sandwich. It's the same sandwich that I've had over and over again. Still good, still viscerally dopamine injected. Fair enough. But it's boring. It's a boring intellectual environment. So this is where me and Drama have two different things. Do I actually eat the same sandwich every day? No, I don't even eat a sandwich, honestly. But hear me out. I do eat the same like meal each day, largely out of maintenance. 2 servings per week on a week schedule. Week schedule, it would cycle a green, but 2 servings of a green, 2 eggs, one serving of white rice, and 1 fish fillet. And the fish would cycle per week because it's produce. So each week, the white rice is because I don't get enough carbs. Rice is for filling up. So you could replace this with a potato if you want. But since I run, you kind of want to increase a little bit of carbs. And you could replace it with a potato if you want. But instead of having rice, just consume potatoes. Potatoes has a far higher satiety rating. And the greens would be like the mix. It can be broccoli one week. It can be like spinach one week. Cabbage one week. And then the fish range, salmon one week. Then like bass one week. Right. So yes, it still does the same deal. And then when I go to social eat, right? When I go to social eat, it's always different. Every single time. Always different. Because I want to be intellectually stimulated at the same time. So, the combination. It's a balance between routine and that. The idea is that my immersion is basically the opposite of what most people think. The majority of the time when you read, it's just silent. Sometimes you manually create a voice of sorts. You imagine they have, but typically only if you had trouble understanding without a voice. Yeah, see, that's closer. So that Mika, the way you're describing it is the way I'm understanding it from other people now. Whenever someone says they're purely learning, like they're learning this, like how do you learn this? Right? And I demonstrated this day in and day out how I'm learning this. I'm thinking about like, well, first I think of Chinese, right? And you're like, wait, but you're speaking English. It's like, yeah, but then I think about English. But then I'm thinking about this, and this, right? And then I'm thinking about his antonym. And I already asked Drama, what color is this? What is the picture you hear or what you see of this? Right? So all of that stuff is happening while it's going. The more active I am, the easier the task is. Or quote unquote, not necessarily the easier, but the more consistent my memory is. So my retention is proportionate to how quote unquote immersed I am. This is what I mean by immersion. If I am not immersed in a conversation, then I don't remember the conversation. So if it feels like every time we talk and I'm reading your messages and whatnot, and someone keeps asking me, you know, I get this question a lot. It's like, how do you remember the details or the significant details of our conversation? How do you know how many times? It's like, I don't count how many times, but I can tell you the important details that exist is because I'm immersed in the details. You don't remember, like some people would say like, well, how do you remember conversations? I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting conversations. The first question you have to ask yourself is, did you talk in it? How do I get people to how do I leave an impression on someone? If someone asks me a question, I ask a question back. And when I ask a question back, the details that they're going to answer is going to provide my next topic to talk about. And then when I ask the next question, it's going to be involved in the thing that they have told me to my first question. That's how you're going to remember the conversation. Now, you could do this yourself. You could, you know, do it yourself, which is what I do by leading the conversation. However, if you're the listener, oftentimes I get this a lot from students. What is the function of a question? And you might be thinking, oh, this is, and then this goes back to the first topic of all this digression, which is the PhD. Why do you think people ask questions? And you might be thinking, oh, well, a student, if you're like a university student, right? Or a high school student to like undergrad, the first question is like, oh, Oh, what's the function of a question? Is when they don't know something, right? Don't know something. Yes, that's one of the functions. What's another function that will get you closer to a PhD? Curiosity. Why curiosity? Because then you're projecting and you're engaged in the process. So whenever I'm learning something, I ask questions to myself, think about things that I need to know as I'm learning. Because if I am not immersed in learning, then you're going to forget most of those things because they're not important to you. That's one of the things. Hello there. Elodius? Hello. It's been a long time? Can you remind me what we talked about before? Elodius. Did you change your name by any chance? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, hey Renegade. You changed your name. Hello, hello. Okay. Yeah, I do remember what we talked about last time. Are you doing better? I hope things are better at your end. I think the last time we talked, it was like questionable. Like a mid. Sort of mid. I hope things are better now. So that's what I mean, Mika. Like, and Procall. The reason why I think if you're talking to me, right, and we might remember details, that's largely because I think we're both engaged in our conversations. Whether I prompt it or whether you prompt it, the idea is when you are engaged, you are more likely to retain it. Now, what happens in the, like, what happens when you watch YouTube, right? If you're passively listening to a podcast for your N3 practice in Japanese, then you're probably not going to retain most of that because you're not projecting. You're not fourth wall breaking, in my opinion. That's me personally. Like, I talk through things. I often engage when no one else is. So when I'm reading a book, I'm doing the same thing. Like, hey, what's going to happen next? Well, it looks like Harry just got in. I'm talking about Harry Potter here. Harry just got up here, but what is happening? I think there are 3 other characters at the same time doing something. I wonder what they're doing while this is happening. That's what I'm reading. Like, that can sound like immersion, like, oh, I'm being in the world of Harry Potter, right? Like, I'm trying to imagine myself in the world. But the thing is, it's very different from someone who says they're purely reading and everything else is silent. Like, nothing else exists outside of what you're literally reading. And right now, in my opinion, that's how people learn. And when I mean people, I mean younger people. When you are younger, and it's also natural, by the way. Like, what I mean is, this is the early days. We're talking about high school students and whatnot when they do foundations. What you're doing is you're reliant on explicit instruction and explicit visual cues. And that's perfectly all right. Like, it's actually sufficient for most people's lifetimes because they're not interested in extracurricular and creative thinking. But for me, I would think it's boring too. Like, I totally get why 18-year-olds find like most things boring, because they're literally not interested in the thing. It has to literally be interesting. And my first thought is, I don't know, I'll just find interest in it. Like, what do you like? What do you like to watch? Tell me, and then I'll go watch it, and I will tell you something interesting about it. That's it. Like, I'm not, and then what will that person say? It's like, I hope you like it. Right? I hope you like it. And I'm like, I'm going to find something I like in it to tell you about it. not the other way around. Like I'm not dependent on the thing being interesting to me. I know you are interested in the thing, so I'm going to jump into it to figure out, like, the whole reason why I'm watching this is because you find it interesting and it didn't come across my mind. So now I'm interested. I want to know why you find this interesting. So whenever someone shares something with me, I immediately go watch it if I can, right? If I have time. And that's what I mean by the difference between immersion and immersion. One is immersing in the thing itself, and the other is bringing my whole self into the content. So I put all of myself in learning Japanese. Japanese is not responsible for being entertaining. So this is the tough part. This is the part that is very tough between a PhD and a high school student whenever talking. And I have to get used to this. And I've been working on this for some time now. The difference is this doesn't literally have to be interesting for me to find interest in it. In a high school perspective, or like a lower, like an application perspective, the thing has to literally be interesting in order for them to learn something, which is where I come in when it comes to speaking about things. If something is purely boring, I have to make it more exciting so that it can be interesting to them. If you can't make it interesting, then the odds are fairly low that they'll learn something. It's not forever. When you get older, you start developing your own identity and your own critical thinking, and you can end up doing the same thing I do to some extent. Yeah, you have been in school for software engineering, 9 months left. Dude, 9 months. So that means you've been working at software engineering for what? The last few years? Has it been like, I think it's been 3 years, right? It might have been around 3 years. 1.5 years. Oh, okay, 1.5 years. Interesting. Well, I hope you are doing well on that. Oh, you took an accelerated course. Okay. Very nice. What are you gonna do with that software engineering? I bet you and I bet you end up finding so many plot holes by doing that. You do. You end up game development. I see. What are you? You have anything lined up, like a starting place, an intern? Does this accelerated program place you anywhere? Are there placements? The plot hole thing, Procall. Plot holes are fun. I think plot holes, whenever I find a plot hole, my first thought is spin-off. Here's one that I do a lot, Procall. I don't call them plot holes. I call them alternative retellings. or like things to talk about on stream. So whenever I find like a plot hole in a game, right? Like when I'm connecting and deducing as I'm going, right? Like for like a dragon games. And then when I see a potential plot hole coming up, I simply mention them and talk about them, because whenever there's a plot hole, there's an opportunity for discussion. So oftentimes that's what I would do. So instead of calling them plot holes, I simply raise the discussion of them, which is usually in the form of a spin-off. So whenever someone gets really angry, like, oh, they didn't literally tell me what happened in the story, I'm like, you can fill it in. You see what I mean? So like the difference here is when someone sees a plot hole, how do you react to it? Oftentimes some people say they get angry because it's unwritten, like it didn't get filled in. And my first thought is I'll grab my bucket, you know, take my spade, and I'll fill it in myself. That's what I would do. And that's what I mean by immersing in something. If you don't know something, fill it in. If there are no subtitles for you to learn when you're trying to listen, make the subtitles in your head. Go do it. In fact, I would challenge someone to, when they're listening, right? When they're listening, after they listen, like say they listen for 30 seconds, write your subtitles to it. Because to me, that is part of the process. So, all right, it's great that, you know, it's great. It can be awful feeling that when you're reading the subtitles, it's helping you listen. But then when you take away the subtitles, it's difficult to listen. And I'm like, okay, well then if you're listening, why don't you go write your subtitles as you're listening? Because there's a difference. When you are listening and you're writing the subtitle, that's an output. It's not an input. This is an input, and the comprehension, both listening and the subtitles, is helping you with an output. This is taking listening as an input and creating an output out of it. This is underrepresented. It's incredibly underrepresented. Output. What do you think an output is? Imagination is an output. So when Mika was saying the majority of the time when she reads, it's just silence. Meanwhile, Procall, when you and I read, it might not just be silence most of the time. And oftentimes people would say, well, that sounds exhausting. Or, well, that sounds easy. It depends on practice. So output related things are one of the equalizers. It requires effort. And how much effort? That's not the point. The effort makes it more efficient. So if you're wondering, like, when I was a kid, did I sound like other kids? Absolutely. I didn't read books because I couldn't imagine the books being interesting. I couldn't imagine movies and TV shows being interesting. I could imagine video games being interesting. Now here's the catch though. The video game part is forcing projection. So whenever you get this part where someone says, oh yeah, I love video games because it lets me interact with it. It's an active form of projection. Most of the most popular video games to this date is the highest form of projection, like the most consistent form of projection. But then you have these same people and there's like, oh yeah, let's go watch a movie. It's like, nah, that's boring, man. Let's go read a book. Nah, that's boring. Like, I don't have the imagination to enjoy a movie or a book. And then suddenly they're like, but anime, they go to anime. It's like, oh, I love anime. Why? Because they can project into the anime. Like, oh yeah, I'm vibing with this character, or I really feel this character's motive. Like, I get it. It's a form of projection. So what I mean by that is you retain things, you interact with things when it becomes more engaging because it involves an active participation in it. So whenever someone talks about immersion, I think there are two different types of immersion: passive and active. And I actually think people do both of these. They're compartmentalized though. The active participation is when projection is active. The passive part is whenever they're trying to learn something. And you're wondering, wait, are you suggesting that when a 18-year-old-ish is in active immersion, they project, but they're not learning something? I am insisting that. They're minimally learning something. because they're learning about the most comfortable thing. The easiest thing they're doing is projecting what they know about themselves into the material. So they will only filter for those things. So this is my current narrative about learning through immersion. You have two different immersions, and if you observe and record the way they immerse, you'll know if their immersion is going to be actively learning or deficiently learning. And most of the time when you're immersing and the only time you're active is filtering everything based on what you want to hear, that is poor immersive learning. And then the other way is if you're so tired and you don't want to be active and you think of it as learning and not projection, and you do it passively, these are the scenarios for failing to learn by immersion. That's what I think the current problem is. These are the core of the current problems with immersion learning. Those who actively learn through a filter, and those who passively learn because it's learning. Not the same as actively projecting. Actively projecting to learn. That's a combination of the two. That means that you want to learn something and you're trying to be part of the thing to gather that information. That requires a heck of a lot of effort at first. And you're wondering, if someone's wondering, so then how do I start doing this? You don't have to do it all at once. You can do it with other things. You can do it with this. Like, this is only one instance. It's requiring you to spend 1 minute, beef that up to 5 minutes, and think of more than just this. Right? What are you thinking about right now? Are you thinking about just English? Are you thinking about just the translation? Just the reads? Whether it's onyomi or kunyomi? Whether this is a jukugo or not? What does this mean in Chinese? What does this mean in Spanish? What part of speech is this? Right? You can keep on going. You're asking yourself to do just a little bit more. And then you build up this nuance. So whenever someone looks at a portrait, I've used the portrait thing, right? I used a portrait example many times, right? Right? When you look at a portrait, if you stood there and you spent 5 seconds and you're like, I know what it is. That's it. You leave. That's passive. And then someone else stands there for 1 hour looking at this very corner of this artwork, and then they spend the next hour looking here, and the next hour looking here, and then finally looking here. Then they're immersed. They're immersed in the thing they're, engaging in, because they themselves have a reason to look at all those things and at the same time consume the product. And that makes the thing memorable. Not the 5 seconds you looked at and it's like, oh, it looks like a person. That's boring. The painting has to be exciting to you in order for you to look at it for more than 5 seconds. That is the problem, in my opinion. When someone says, I have trouble remembering things. Like, how do I improve how to remember things? Well, it's definitely not looking at something for 5 seconds and asking if it's interesting to you. First, right? Learning Japanese is not going to be interesting to you ever if this is your approach. Being fluent in Japanese is what is interesting to most kids who are learning Japanese. Learning Japanese is the worst thing that has ever happened to their life that's keeping them from the thing that they like. I am the opposite. I I genuinely get very little reward whether I become fluent in Japanese or not. It'll be a nice touch. It'll be kind of lovely to be like fluent maybe once this is all said and done. But 99.9% of the time, you're doing the other thing. You're learning Japanese. So I prefer to spend most of my efforts making 99.9% of the time enjoying that than spending the time when someone qualifies me as being fluent in Japanese. So that's kind of the thing. Like, it's kind of like the person, you know, the person who watched a movie and they are only watching it to reach the end. They're only interested in what happens in the end. Like the end. Like feeling closure, right? So when you ask someone, how was the movie? It was good. Okay. Can you tell me what happened in the movie that led you to the conclusion of it was good? It's like, no, this was good. You know, overall, it was good. Like, okay, like, can you tell me a scene? Maybe can you tell me like a bad scene or a good scene? Like, tell me like something about the movie. Did you remember anything about the process of the movie? It's like, nah, chief. I just vibe that stuff. Like, that's it. That's how I feel when I talk to people about movies and their days and their meals and their workouts and their goals and their classes and their language learning and their immersions and their methods. The list goes on. Like, so, like, what are you working on right now in your method? I have some problems to work on. Okay, like what? Like, I imagine these problems occur fairly frequently, so they should be right there, right at your fingertips. Like, well, I don't know. I wrote it down somewhere, but I could tell you, but I would have to go find my notes. And I'm like, why do you have to find your notes? It's like, well, I didn't really remember them. It's like, they must not be very big problems if you don't remember what the problems are. I mean, right? So this is from someone who says like, oh yeah, I'm frustrated with language learning right now. I keep having this problem occur over and over again. And I ask them, so what's that problem? And they're like, well, I don't really remember. I wrote it down somewhere. Or my tracker tells me I have this problem. It's like, it must not be a very important problem if you can't even remember the nature of the problem or explain the nature of the problem, even though you keep telling me you keep having the problem. If you keep having a problem and it's consuming most of your life and you're not even being able to pay attention to it, then why is it a problem in the first place? That's oxymoronic. It's illogical and irrational, in all wrapped up in one. So that's kind of one of those things. Every single day. Those are my typical conversations. Not yet. You wait until this month is finished because you're doing a team project, making a revamped newish DK, but not using the Princess Mario or Donkey Kong. We're using an apprentice wizard, Goblin King, and the teacher. That's so humorous that you use that. You are talking about like those characters because we're just coincidentally talking about those characters. You find it weird as if I were to read a quote from, say, David Attenborough, and you could internally hear his voice when you read the quote, and the voice in my head is way more accurate than if I try to speak the way he does. That's exactly what I mean, Procall. That is the imagination. So, like, your brain can create whole subtitles as well, but you would be pressed to reread it back. Like, what I mean is, it's incredibly impressive how much there's a disconnect between the inputs and the output of your brain versus the literal output. Like, because you still have to develop the output, like the speech and like the mind-body connection, right? So despite that, whenever someone tells me, oh, it's not literally there, and I'm like, I know it's not literally there. That's what your brain is for. What do you think your brain does? if hear me out. I think you might like this. So the earlier kid talked about optics and making freeform volumetric holograms as a PhD pursuit in optics. Like, if we were really gonna talk about literal, right? And you're trying to challenge me about brain, about how IRL and brain what does IRL and brain have anything to do with this? Well, the world is upside down. Like, if you truly think that your eyeballs and things that are literally in front of you and explicitly told to you by ear is not processed by your brain, yeah, your eyeballs are upside down. Like, the image that's projected onto the brain is upside down. Your brain is doing the interpretation. So when it comes to, like, when someone makes a comment like, oh yeah, there's literally no words on my screen, I'm like, you can put words on your screen. Like, right now, what word am I putting here? You know about that. What is the reason? What do you mean by what is the reason? Oh, it's because that's how the lens works. You know how, like, when you have a lens, and the light goes through, right? It produces an object that's upside down. Like, so this is up, and this is down. So then it goes through your brain, and your brain flips it right side up. Why do our brains turn it around? Because then it works. I don't know why. I don't know why they have to turn it, but it works because selection. Which doesn't go with selection. Like, for example, if you imagine, what if people evolved not to flip this? The question is, did they die? You see what I mean? Like, what I mean is, if you're asking why, usually if you don't have any other idea, it's probably due to selection. And one of the selections probably, maybe this wasn't a survival factor. Like, think about throwing things, right? But you could make an argument, but what if they just normalize everything? You know, like, if you need to throw, right? If you're gonna throw up, instead you just learn to throw down, so that all your brain functions would be inverted. I don't know. What you can argue is there's probably a stronger selection for a brain that ended up flipping things right side up. By the way, if you're wondering, is this permanent? No, well, you can already do it. You can wear a goggle. So wear a goggle that inverts everything. This is an experiment that's done. Wear a goggle that inverts something, right? After, I forgot how long it is. I'm going to say greater than 30 minutes. The brain is going to flip it the other way. I kid you not. So this is, you can do this with yourself. Not recommended, you know, when you need to do something, but you can buy goggles. You can buy something that will flip all the images and then just spend 30 minutes looking at it, and your brain is going to flip it the other way so that it can be functional again. It's so cool. I think your brain is, you know, the human brain is awesome. And that's kind of what I mean by, yeah, don't sell your brain short. Your brain does so many things. You guess to be aligned with our body sensations. It's probably that. I would agree that whatever your body is mechanically doing, yeah, whatever your body is mechanically doing, your brain is interfacing at that. So when people talk about, like, perceptions, you know, how literal everything is, it reminds me of people who are younger. And I mean younger meaning they haven't explored enough. So younger, more like in a sense of naive. So when you start to explore more, right, it's like more cultures or more languages or more voices, oftentimes this creates an intuition of maturity. And that's when you're thinking, when you read a book, right? If you read like hundreds of books, it will feel like all the books have voices. You'll feel like all the books have plot holes or different directions the book could have gone, but it didn't go that direction. When I'm reading, like here's a crazy thing that I feel you don't have to do still. I've met someone who watches like one movie every 2 days. I barely watch like one movie like a week, right? And when I go to talk to this person and they named the movie, right? They named the movie. And my first thought is like, oh, hey, that movie. Oh, that director. This director, directs movie A, B, C, and D. But this director is more like director Z plus director X that commands this plot device. Meanwhile, that other person's like, I don't know, I just watch all their movies. Right? So this is how I feel most of the time. Whenever someone says, oh, I really like this show. Hey, if you like that show, take the wonkiness of this plot device and this particular motif, and then imagine it spun in a science fiction with a little dash of Kubrick, and then maybe like this, the cinematography of Hitchcock, but more like modernized, pragmatic set pieces like Christopher Nolan right now. Then you get this movie. Does that sound interesting to you? So that's kind of how I describe things, right? Most of the time, I describe things based on the details that I see. So whenever I watch a movie, I'm thinking of those things. Like, oh, that is so Spielberg-esque, but maybe this is going to be the new, like, Spielberg, post-Spielberg movie director. Like, that kind of thing. That's what I do most of the time when I'm looking at movies. I combine all my previous memories and group them together. So then it's easier to remember. I know what Ridley Scott does because Ridley Scott's work is related to someone else's work later down the road, right? If I had to pick a Ridley Scott iteration, oh, that's kind of tough. Honestly, Ridley Scott is still on his own. I think Spielberg has a couple follow-ups. Spielberg typically characterizes having children and like really coming of age stories while being tied in a strong science fiction background. So you can find a couple of directors that do that quite a lot, like people who does Stranger Things. I'm still getting familiar with their names, but generally speaking, that's how you like compress your retention of things. So whenever someone says like, drama set IRL, no subtitles, right? I'm like, well, you can make the subtitles, IRL, subtitles. Or someone often tells me like, if you're immersing, you have to purely do something. Like purely listen, right? Purely listen. And I'm like, if I'm immersing in something, I'm doing everything I can. Like everything. Whenever someone tells me learn by immersion, right? That basically take a very difficult thing and you do everything possible to figure out what that difficult thing is. So like if they gave me like a question, they gave me a picture and then they gave me a paragraph, right? And then they gave me some sound and then I could see them animated. That's immersion. Immersion is like the most amalgamated, highest version of information. That's like sitting down with you, Procall, across the table and sharing a hot cup of joe, and I'm looking at your body language, listening to your enunciation, your tonality, how you're enjoying the cup of coffee, what it's like in the room, the sounds and ambient noise, while also paying it, like all of that is immersion. That's the highest, most encompassing amount of information. The funny thing is, nowadays people think of immersion as doing only one thing, really, really immersed. So like when you want to immerse in something, you purely read. When you immerse in something, when you see something, you're purely watching. When you're immersing in sound, you're purely listening. And my first thought is, dang, you could still purely listen while there's still something on screen and something written. Like that's what I have a problem understanding. Like if all of these things, right? You have subtitles, and then you have an image here, and then you have sound coming out, right? They're all there. The thing is, can you pick up the sound? Can you pick up the reading? Can you pick up the visuals, right? And then, or are you picking up this? And I think most people nowadays pick up the whole thing as one thing. And then when they look at it as one thing, they think of it as one best thing. So if you're so used to reading subtitles, then all you ever do is read subtitles. Despite all the information, all the other information is available, you simply pick up the subtitles. So then you remove the subtitles. Now you have sound and the visuals. And then they're like, oh man, I can't understand what they're saying because I'm busy paying attention to what I see. So then they remove the visuals, and then now they're only listening. So that's how, in my opinion, the current youth learn things. They learn things by compartmentalizing them. So the question is, do they have the critical thinking skills? So when you do this, do they eventually develop the critical thinking skills and the problem solving skills to put it all back together? Or be able to focus on one thing in a big amount of things? Or integrate them? And the answer right now is not really yet. And I kind of want to answer this question. If I were like, for example, if I wanted to get another PhD, right? I would go into education, and this would be the thesis question I want to answer. I want to conceptualize how the new age generation, a generation that is heavily optimized and compartmentalized, what are the effectors and factors involved in getting them back to synthesizing and integrating information? Like, basically, like conduct an experiment, right? Like a social experiment on testing various parameters on how to get from a hyper compartmentalized structure into a integration and a synthesis. It's like so like instead of doing a deconstruction. So you take all this stimuli, right? You take all this stimuli and you're able to deconstruct it. And then their preferred way, where they take the sound, right? And then the dialogue and then the image, right? I'm doing this right now, by the way. I'm literally doing one of the strategies that I'm doing. I'm using symbolic gestures, and I'm doing them so often that now they have a linguistic, like a semantic syntax to them. So I'm using this to mean sound, listening. I'm using this to mean reading. I'm doing this for pictorial stuff. So these things, can they take these things and put it back together in any way? This is not the same as doing it the correct way. We're talking about creating a bigger thing from components and then breaking them back down. So that's kind of the idea right now. Anyways, that's a good place to stop. You gotta head off. We may join back in a bit. As always, you keep listening until you fleshed out and wrap up the conversation. Oh, no worries, no worries. We're good. This is a good place to stop. I think it's a really interesting. If I had something to say for anyone who's interested in like a PhD or a language learning or something, this is a really pretty fun time to be interested in human pedagogics, because in my opinion, younger people have fundamentally learned differently now. I think it's it's significantly different. That if you were to find something interesting to do, you can compare and contrast previous generation pedagogics, like the old formal education that's still here, very much still here, and how it might be either maladaptive or requiring of refinement for the future generation because of the internet and things like that, especially the internet. All right. Now we really gotta go. All right, back to finishing this stuff. Chikai. All right. Moist. Uru.
潤う
Oh no. To how do I to be wet? Okay. It's just to be wet. Okay. Alright. Imbo. Ihe. Minzoku. What? Probably gonna be on the later end of the 3 a.m. original time today if you wish to plan accordingly. I mean, wait. If you wish. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna be done well before that, so I'll be ready whenever you're ready.
覆面
Umen. Oh, we have more reviews. Yeah, 5. It's fine. Okay. Eru. Eru. No? Oh no, it's not accomplish. Decline. Otoreru. Discord outage looks bait. Yeah, I noticed that Discord came back up. Yeah. Devastated, huh? Yesterday, P5X had a network error, and I was devastated too. Like for like 3 seconds, I'm like, oh, I could have been doing something, but it would have been to like log into P5X for like 10 seconds. It was a deeply upsetting 2 hours. What did you do in those 2 hours? Did you do anything like in thought? You just went to message your friend on WeChat? Oh, okay. You just go to a different platform. I see, I see. That is certainly one way to get around that. 陛下。抽選。遂げる。尽くす。悔やむ。Yeah, usually resort to iMessage, FaceTime, WeChat during outages. I see. Whenever a power outage happens or like something, I actually like for example a power outage. If it's during the day, I just go for a walk. If it's during at night, I have battery powered things. I would use a battery powered light and I would just read a book. or the goated response for nighttime is I just go take a nap. And know that when I take a nap, I'll be rested when the lights come back on. Oh, for you during power outage, you charge your device in the car? Oh, fair enough. We have battery banks. So in my like parents' house and stuff, we have like very, very large power banks. We're talking about like things for cooking and the other stuff. Power banks. But I just go take a nap. Yeah, the ones that you would charge with the ones we charge with solar panels instead, using solar panels. Not that it applies at night, but the idea is you charge them and then you use them throughout the day. Like these are actively being used for other appliances. So various appliances are connected to battery powered to the banks themselves. Not like, for example, light fixtures and stuff are connected to the banks, the power banks, not like in the grid. So like when the lights go out, the lights don't go out. If you know what I mean. So the lights stay on, the other stuff stay on. Not Cliff. What is this? Horizon? Okay. Aitaku. Uwawara. Miso. I still go and take a nap. That's pretty much what I do. Take a nap. Meditate. Seibo. Seibo. The heck? Sakasama. Upside down. Tsumoru. Nushi. Fair enough. 診断する 中央 For you, your family just have some pretty bright flashlights, and for food, we just open the fridge for 3 seconds. Outages are pretty common, sometimes last 18 or so hours. We also get Wi-Fi outages. Oh, I see. Outages can last fairly long here too. The thing typically is, yeah, the refrigerators are often a problem. Yeah. We don't have any backup, and like power supplies for the fridge. So typically we just don't open the fridge. We do have, oh wait, there is a secondary fridge though that can be attached to a power supply. The alternative is my parents would like drive out. If we understand the power supply is gonna be out for some time, we drive out and get ice and then shove some ice into the fridge. Shove ice into the fridge and the freezer. So you typically go and pick out some ice.
緊急
Thank you. And obviously, you don't have to do that at night. You simply wait for the day to come by because the fridge usually pretty okay for a day. Then you drive out. If you know the power outage is gonna last too long, go buy some ice and then shove it into your fridge and freezer. Usually, if your freezer is packed enough, that residual temperature will keep it for a fairly long time, or sufficient anyway. This is urgent. Day
精一杯
大臣
What? Just minister. Huh?
面積
Menseki. Kowagare. There have been disappointing cases of the whole freezer and fridge expiring. Yeah, it's one of the most devastating parts about power outages. In my opinion, like fridges and refrigerators are very devastating. There were a couple in my lifetime. There were a couple like regional American disasters, like when it comes to like, because of natural disasters, there were long periods of power outages. You hear about freezers and fridges quite often. And the stuff that I'm talking about, like going out to grab ice and stuff, that came from living through those periods. Soroeru. What the soroeru? Okay. Kantoku. Kakuryo. What? Oh. It's a buffet! Alright. Fair enough.
Kanki.
Kanki. Genmai.
玄米
Genmai.
Kanryo.
Oh yeah, you made the poor decision of making something similar to Anki for your CS coursework? You're reusing your experiences. It's good. It's repurposing some of your experiences, I suppose. Now, the question is, have you learned something from it? Time will tell.
Hodoyoku.
Hodoyoku. What was Hodo? Hodo is extent? Is this extent though? I'm not sure if this is extent. Okay. Hodoyoku. Oh, properly. That's not a show. See? Heck! That's decoration. Or decorate. What? What is dry up? Kawa.
Shochi.
You had most of the intro work done for now, which will be due in a week. I see. Good, good. Good, good. 精神病. Okay. Oh no. I'm trying it's not, I thought it was dental. This is to register. Dorokuru. What?
登録する。
完了的
Yeah. Oh. Taiseki.
体積
Taiseki. Itama.
炒める 乾杯
節々。
Also, now you have been confirmed to have B as the new overall math grade, which is nice improvement. I know your recent exam, you said your score was not that far off from your elite status. It was not that far off from an A, right? 70% is an A, right? Or is that a different grading scale? I remember 70% being A. And you had the mark, you had a 66, right? Heck. It's kind of like a mark. Like a charm. So what would they use for this? Ink. What is a token? Oh, oops. Sorry.
総理大臣
72% is an A for this exam overall. Interesting. As opposed to 70. The marks are counted together. If it were stats alone, it would essentially be an A. Okay, but the pure side pushed it down to a mid-range B. Okay. I see.
欧米
Every time I hear America, I don't say America very often. I tend to say the United States. I like when people are in Europe, they don't say the EU all the time. They say the country, right? Like the European country. I say the United States quite often, but whenever I hear America, right? Like for example, like Japanese, I think of there's this really old show which then was brought back and iterated a bunch of times. There's a cooking competition. It's called Iron Chef, and it was originally a Japanese program first. So they created a new Iron Chef later down the road. The relative, I think it was the son of the host, and he created Iron Chef America. So when they introduce, when he like he's hosting and he does this intro, he says like Iron Chef America, and it's like so like bombastically America, and that's all I can think about every time when someone says it. Not like the other thing, which the memeable America is like America, you know, like the meme America, like America, which I don't really say. So most of the time, yeah. The American teacher came up personally today during lunch to come and tell me I was doing well. You were quite speechless, which you're usually not. Well, that's lovely. Yeah, that's lovely. That's also interesting. I do say American though. American, I do say, because I'm referring to like the continental America. I don't know, that's how people think about it. But whenever someone says like, oh, American, it's like, oh, all right, you know, like American is this general area, and that's good. And then whenever they're referring to like, oh, you know, like, where are you from? And it's like the United States, because it is important to understand that is you know, united. They're United States. They're states that are united. Sometimes you might, the deeper cut here is not all states play nice with each other. You think of it as the US usually, and it is here. No idea where the states she is from though. Oh, okay. Like, I say the UK a lot of times because I'm literally referring to the UK. However, when I say someone's English, I really do mean they're English. If I knew they were English, and if they were Scottish, right? So those are the same courtesy, like the same idea. Like whether it's a courtesy or not, it's a habit of mine that I translate, because I refer to the United States as the United States and not America. Most of the time, the United States are in the Americas, and I do the same for that. Like Germany is not like certain European countries, for example, may or may not be in the EU. So whenever people say EU or European Union and stuff, I think of the European Union. I don't think of Europe as Europe's continent kind of thing. And it translates again to Asia, for example. Whenever someone says like, oh, I'm Asian, I have to be very careful. If they're referring to, or to me, I say I'm Asian because we're referring to anyone from the Asian area. And then whenever they're curious, like which, right? And that's usually, you go from general to specific most of the time. That does make it okay, like when someone says, oh, you're from, like, it's not like I'm gonna go out of my way and say, oh, they said American, like America, and I'm like, yeah, America, fair enough. I just asked them if they're specifically referring to the United States or not. I don't think I've ever heard someone say like South American, for example, or Central American. At least I'm not sure I've heard that before. Seru. Odd. Akiseru. How is that done? It's that odd? I don't think it's... Okay. I don't think this is odd. But all I can think about is odd. We got 3 more. Let's go look at what the other 3 is. What? Oh, that's lineage.
Umoreru.
Alright, we're back here. Sell. There's something about selling. Moving. Oh, this is drawing close. Yeah, drawing close. So, you'll say, or to move something close to. Okay, good enough. Oh, and then we picked up the other 72, so we might as well do stuff too. We're going into extra innings here. Also, you found a way to get the iPad thing working from earlier, though it's poor resolution for the free tier. Yeah, that's what I meant by not really anything commercially reliable, so to speak. Saiseki. Kyukei. Dobe. Ketsujo. Hiai.
煎茶、
煎茶。扇風機。え
扇風機
I must have had a typo. I don't know what I typoed though.
銅
Oh,
二十歳、
Oops. Ah!
化
化粧。
愛憎、
魔法使い。柳。
伊
伊
勢、
勢。
黒い霧、雑
雑
巾、
巾。モンピ。
扇子、
扇子。Whoops.
扇子、
Whoops. 恨む。
炊く、
く。What happened to you? It's not that. It's not that. What is going on? How am I drawing? What is this?
へい、
粘土炊
炊飯
飯器
器。
墜落中
中
佐
佐。
土
土
俵際
際。土俵際。
補佐、
補
少佐、
少佐。
巻き尺、
えOh no. Oh no. Oh no, this is rough. I sort of forgot the rice plant. Something ne. No. So whole is definitely we're gonna have to come back to that.
Nijiro. 憎む。
Oops. Kuseni.
痛恨。 付近。
爽やか。 明瞭。
だて。
尺。
砕く。
粘着。
下唇ビル。 車椅子。
行こう。 上唇。 挿入。 自炊。
Do you know of a sort of control minus on OBS to make everything smaller or zoom out as control doesn't work? You know a way to sort of control what part of OBS? What do you mean? I don't understand. Control minus doesn't work. Like, zoom out what part of OBS? The whole thing? Like the display and the text getting smaller of OBS? Inabo or Inaho.
稲穂
Alright, and then we'll leave those guys for tomorrow. Hey, are you gonna buy Subnautica 2 early access? I'm guessing not from our previous conversation. I'll probably buy Subnautica 2 if it comes at a pro rate. I usually buy early access games as a pro rate. At a pro rate. Like I bought Hades 2, for example, early access. But I'm not entirely sure if I believe in Subnautica 2. Usually I buy things at the pro rate of the early access, expecting that I believe in its 1.0 launch. In a recent video they said the early access would be going on for 2 years, which I don't really understand. Since it's gonna go early access for 2 years, probably not. I'll probably buy a little closer to when their 1.0 launches. Hades 2, I typically buy early access games just to keep early access games because of the pro rate. You don't have enough screen space to work with the current size of the UI in the scene comfortably. So you just resize it with the window. I'm a little confused by your question about zooming in and zooming out. You can like resize every dock. So all your docks are resizable independently. Unless you're talking about reducing the text size. There's a minimum size for every single dock. So that's how OBS works. So whenever you're saying like make everything smaller or zoom out or zoom in, every dock has a separate zoom in and zoom out through your accessible points in a drop-down screen. But there's no like shortcuts. If you're talking about if there's a shortcut like Control- on OBS. Yeah, every dock is resizable. You can even remove all the docks if you want. It's under dock. You understand what they meant by that though? Are they saying that the full game will come out after 2 years? I really hope not. Usually when it's been like 4 years since perhaps you're just no longer used to it. Thanks though. Yeah. Yeah, like if you go to dock settings, you can customize all the docks. It's kind of like I don't know how you use your Procreate or whatever, or Clip Studio, but Krita does the same thing. It's like most art programs, they're all docks. So they're resizable. Everything is resizable based on docks. So you can't like control and resize all of them. They're all separate things. All of the dockers are separate things. So you can resize all the dockers to your liking if you like. So the scene will become bigger. Clip Studio lets you mess around with everything as well, but not Procreate. Okay, fair enough. So I mean, you use Clip Studio, so there's no reason to. I'm not sure about Procreate. I'm pretty sure you can, not in Procreate. Maybe not necessarily in an iPad situation, but I'm sure you can move around your UI elements. It doesn't really matter. You use Clip Studio Paint anyways. So in CSP, that's how OBS works. Yeah. So you resize all your scenes and stuff based on how large your dockers are. So you can remove all the dockers except for the scene if you want. Oh, Procol, I'm not sure if you play early access games too often, Procol? So the game is always going to be the full game. It's always the full game. Like what I mean is whenever they're talking about the early access period, usually there aren't too many indie titles where they like deliberately save the full game by not releasing the full game. So when you're playing the early access game, all the stable content is still the stable content. So like the difference between like a year and a half, like for example, as it is approaching the 2-year point, whenever they release it, it's not like there's a tremendous large jump from whatever the early access is to the 1.0 launch. That's again, I don't know if Krafton changes up the name of the game or something, like how they release things, but generally the 1.0 launch is not that far from the 0.9 launch, like from the 0.9 of the early access. Like it is whatever is working in its state as it's going. So early access is not the same as early access of a video game, like a AAA title video game. That type of early access deliberately withholds most of the content until the actual launch. Like it's not a demo or like an early access promotional thing. That's why I usually wait for the 1.0. I wait for 1.0 because it's incrementally playing the game over and over again. So by the time 1.0 comes around, you practically played 90% of the game. That's what I don't know. That's why I asked if have you played games early access before. Usually there's like 2 years sound pretty reasonable. It can be as long as like it's ever going to be. I mean, technically there are games that are released that you could consider as early access games because they weren't ever fully realized. Like for example, you can argue No Man's Sky was an early access game for the first 6 years. That's the early access that I'm thinking of when Subnautica 2 is releasing in early access. I don't know if you and I have the same type of understanding. So like for example, when I played I Couldn't Wait, and I played, which game did I play? It was like 0.9. It was close enough. And then the 1.1 launch from the 0.9 version was like 1 hour more than it was before. Also, have you ever had issues where your cursor sort of shows twice, like a smaller version overlaps? Is just a preview issue? No, I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it on my preview. Maybe that's not what you were asking. I think the game is probably as feature complete as it can be stable when it's in early access. Whatever happens between now and the next 2 years to the 1.0 launch is still that. Like it's the game being added, like things being added to the game, not that they were withholding something about the game. Now, I think what you're concerned about is that the game won't end. Like there's no closure. Like the story won't be completed when you play the early access. Now that is a possibility. That is a really possibility. The idea that it's a full game, if you're talking about like there's no beginning, there's no end, like beginning, end, a full closure, that could happen. In early access would say that there will be no end at the moment. So the end would be tentative. Which we already talked about this earlier. It's for me, whether I play it in early access or not, usually I play it because I can play it as it's going, not that it doesn't really matter to me if a game suddenly ends or like doesn't have a conclusion. I fill in the blanks. But I can kind of see it being very unfortunate when you say it's unfortunate that the full game isn't going to come out after 2 years. I guess you're meaning if the game has a proper ending, as in like there's the whatever the narrative or the goal has a proper ending, and that is probably true. So it'll be 2 years before you'll see a proper ending, maybe, to the game. There are some early access games where they make the whole game, like they make the context of the game beginning to end, and the early access period is to add features into the middle of the game, as in they add more mechanics and stuff. However, in the case of Subnautica 2, there's probably a narrative of some sort. A lot of those type of early access games, the games that are mechanically bound and not narratively bound, it really doesn't matter if the game ends or not. It's not designed to end anyways. Like, the narrative doesn't end. So it might end up being like a Deltarune situation, which could be off-putting, where like the game is being released episodically, right? Or like the game is being released and the ending is not there yet, as in they didn't release to close it up, which I could see that happening. I played both Subnautica 1 and Below Zero, yeah. Did you complete them though? Yes, I 100% them. I always 100% games. Why is that relevant? Do you think Sub 1 had a good storyline? It's a lore-based survival game. It's good for that. Like, I think it gets an A+ or like an A for a lore-based survival game. I don't think it had a narration or a storyline. It's kind of like saying Outer Worlds had a storyline, which I haven't. Outer Wilds had a storyline. Not quite the same as a survival exploration game. I think it had great lore. I know that Subnautica is breaching the narration thing, like breaching. I'm not entirely sure if Subnautica 2 is going to embrace that part. I think it's actually going to take a step back, less of the storyline and more so lore building, like environment building, world building stuff. Kind of like the way Outer Wilds builds their mythos building. So to that end, I don't think it's going to be a problem for their early access. It's not like they're going to advertise like, oh yeah, our 1.0, it's going to the mammoth conclusion to what makes Subnautica great. I think 90% of their audience that they're pandering to, right? Their audience that they want are audiences that want things to explore, and the mid game, the process of exploration and world building. So that, I believe, if you can't wait, you can probably play it early access and it'll be as imaginative as ever, because then the only thing you're asking about the early access process is which biome are they going to add next? Like, what's the next thing they're going to add? What is the next thing they're going to add? And you're rarely ever concerned about like the storyline. I don't think Subnautica, if you're talking about does Subnautica 1 have a good storyline, and you remove the bounds of the like a survival game, survival construction game, right? Semi-construction game or exploration, survival exploration. Like, if we get rid of this restriction, I think it has a poor storyline. But that's not what the game is designed for. So for like, if we're putting it in the title of survival exploration game, the storyline is pretty good. The storyline is I would say B to A, like low A. Maybe we'll use a number like a 8. So what are like some gold standards, for example? I mean, I don't play Elden Ring, but there's Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring uses the same mechanic. And that's not even a survival exploration game, right? Forest and Sons of Forest. There's like a nod to Long Dark, which Long Dark 2 is coming out soon. I haven't played any of these games. I'm simply now evaluating them on their like storyline or like their lore building. So Elden Ring is not a survival horror, but I like to give it a nod most of the time because I don't play Souls games too often. So Forest and Long Dark would be a great example. The exploration and the process of getting that thing in the distance is very real on these, especially Forest. Exploring like the weirdness of the world and the anomalies and whatnot. I don't know what it's called, like the process, the anomaly exploration ones, where you're exploring an alien environment. Not like literally have to be about aliens or other planets, but more like a environment that is unnatural, like a paranormal. Forest is paranormal. Long Dark is like a cold wasteland. So I would say it's about an 8. It's slightly above average. Like it's above average for survival games. I think Outer Wilds would be the gold standard for me. I haven't played the Outer Wilds as well. I own most of these games, but I haven't played them yet. Outer Wilds, I would say it's a gold standard for the kind of the heavier exploration. So less so survival, so a de-emphasis on survival. Because as much as I think Subnautica is a quote-unquote survival game, it's like de-emphasized survival. It's exploration forward. A Forest is survival forward. It's supposed to be exploration. But Outer Wilds would be a great example. I've been meaning to play Outer Wilds for some time. Once I find some time here and there. I do have a recording of Sub-Zero. So Subnautica Sub-Zero was the second or the third game I ever recorded and stored on YouTube. Subnautica 1 was well before the whole YouTube thing. Like, what I mean is, I did stream it, but it was on Twitch. When it comes to storylines, if I'm thinking like storylines, I would consider myself a bit of a snob when it comes to storylines, because among the top 3 reasons I play video games is for storylines. So when it comes to that, if you remove the bounds, right? Remove the bounds of genre specific standards, then Subnautica I would give Subnautica a 3 for story. You don't play it for story. Like it's barely compelling. As a piece of science fiction, it's serviceable. It has no narration whatsoever. It has a slight intrigue, but we're talking about comparing outside the bounds of its genre. A survival game gets bogged down by that type of the stuff that I'm talking about. So like strong storyliners would bog down Subnautica's design. Like if you sit there through a monologue about the downward spiral, right? Downward spiral of the alien aquatic inhabitants, and that would bog down the Subnautica game. I think the vast majority of people only care just enough, a little bit here and there, it's one of those things like you have to maintain a balance between too much explicit information and keeping the mystique and the mysteriousness of the world. I'm the other way. I'm the dry guy. Like the long-winded exposition and consistent layered drama and a classic epic, right? So when it comes to science fictions, space operas and epics are my gold standards for storylines. And I said storylines with an S. Most of the games that I hold as gold standards for story, they feature storylines, multiple layered perspectives, and a sprawling epic across multiple time periods or multiple lifetimes at least, which is not what Subnautica is designed for. I enjoy Subnautica because of much like everyone else, I think the storyline is serviceable. The exploration is what creates Subnautica's main feature, which I don't mind. It's incredibly tense, it's exhausting, it's emotionally exhausting, like for me. So it's like a sensory overwhelming. It's quite overwhelming sensory. The audio, right? There was a controversy with the audio guy in Subnautica 1, but thanks to that guy, despite the controversy, the audio is intense. Like, it's incredible. The audio design was exceptional. So if I were to say, what do I play Subnautica for? 10 out of 10 audio design. That guy doesn't work there anymore. There was like that controversy, right? The controversy. The balance, the elegant balance of survival tools. So it was casual friendly, casual forward. For construction, I would give this like a 8 out of 10, which is very service, like it's nice, it's great. And then the design, the world design, which you could consider as a level design. Some people would call it a level design, which I kind of disagree with. That comes from people who play lots of FromSoft games. They think of level design as like the world and all the stuff. It's like, okay, well, the level design, that's a 10 out of 10. That's where the exploration games go to die. Do or die, right? Exploration games do or die based on its world design. So these are the reasons I play Subnautica. Audio design, and world design. Which factors into the whole exploration thing. When it comes to like other things that people like, which is like base building. Base building gets like a 5 out of 10. It's serviceable. It's average base building, because we have the base building genre, which is unbelievable. I mean, Satisfactory is probably at the moment, I would consider it a minimum standard when it comes to base building, Satisfactory levels. And there are a lot of them coming out soon, like mobile bases. So mobile bases is like the new genre, which is like a hybrid of your Satisfactory stuff with your survival and exploration. So we have like the train one, like the thing on the train tracks, the Snowpiercer game. I forgot, like the Snowpiercer like game. I forgot their titles. They're all indie titles right now, so I'm still getting familiar with. There's one that's an RV. It's a cozy RV transport thing with the base on top. And then there's the train track ones, right? You start with a train track and you build your entire base onto a train track. So those things are gonna happen soon. Which one of the most attractive things about Subnautica was the idea of building from base to base, or having your submarine outfitted, right? Your big mobile base. So I think that's one of the attractiveness of the Subnautica likes, I guess. It's really interesting. Story, I still remember most of the story. I enjoyed the intrigue. That tease, especially when the shuttle got blasted from the sky. That tease. I think it's meant to be isolating, so it's kind of more of a lack of story that makes it interesting than it does have a story. I think Subnautica legitimately did the opposite. The story is downplayed and makes it more interesting. So like the lore of all the failed experiments and the lore of what doesn't exist is what makes the world interesting to explore. It is the lack of a storyline, which is interesting enough, because there's no line to be drawn. It's just a bunch of fragments of a bygone time, kind of like a wanderlust, maybe dreadfully isolating feeling. Interesting. If you wanted my bias, like if you want my honest opinion, right? Like, what do I factor in when it comes to these games? When it comes to playing, I already talked about this before. Since Sub 2 is a sequel, right? It is no longer mechanically interesting to me. So the question is it mechanically interesting? Otherwise, I tend to prioritize games with storylines, because storylines is often more likely to guarantee novelty, and then look for novel mechanical representation, or something I haven't played in a while. And in terms of where Subnautica sits, it has been a while. It has been a while since I played like a survival base building thing. So it very well could be that I would play Subnautica. Like, it's been longer from Subnautica than it is from Hades. And I still have Hades 2. I also have Slay the Spire 2. Slay the Spire 2, Hades 2, Monster Train 2. I'm missing another 2. There are quite a lot of sequels that I haven't played. I have them, but I haven't played them. And that's the thing about sequels. For myself, sequels don't pander to me. It's something that helps out developers and publishers to make a safe iteration, to realize they're like better, bigger, better, more similar of the first one. So that's good for business. It's great to allow the developers to like hone their craft and refine their craft, give their a second go around, and then the publishers to have a secure bet. So that's, oh yeah, like Silksong. I haven't played Silksong. Hollow Knight 2, Silksong, right? That's another 2. That's a big one. Most of them I haven't played, despite either owning or have already considered playing them. Right now, the closest game is still Persona. We're playing Persona because of storyline. Yeah. Playing Persona because of storyline. I absolutely love stories. And not for you know, going back to the immersion thing that I was talking about earlier, I like storylines because it gives me a reason to learn, to like become connected with people who write them. I sort of connect people mechanically, but I don't connect with people mechanically more than once, much like storylines. So when someone says like, oh yeah, this developer made this mechanic very popular and famous and it's my first exposure to it, then yes. But if they do it again and again and again, I'm not rediscovering them. They're competing with every other mechanic that I could be exploring. So I would choose the other thing, since I'm more about the novelty of things. Yeah, so Subnautica is kind of on the low side when it comes to that. I'm gonna have to pick your brain, Procall, about how it feels. I don't mind if you just tell me what the storyline is in Subnautica 2 or like anything about it. I am not one that values the content over the human experience. So oftentimes when someone is playing a game, like this is something I don't empathize with other people, where like someone would someone likes to talk to me, right, for example, and they would come by just to apologize and say that, oh yeah, sorry, like I can't hang out with you right now because I want to play this game too, and I can't actually hang out with you while you are playing the game I want to play. So that, I'm like, okay, that's understandable, you know, you have my sympathies. I can't empathize with that. I actually think that is a weirdly, brutally honest thing to say, that a story spoiler and the apathy to share an experience is greater than one's own personal experience. So like I don't typically have close friends like that we either explain things to each other because we're passionate and then it gives us a reason to engage in those things, or we do it together whether one is playing it or one's watching it. So like literally when me and my roommates, right, my best friends, one person would play and the other three would watch, include like I would be one of the other three. And during their lifetime when they were growing up, it would be one of them would play and the other two would watch, and they already grew up like that, and I was like that before. I like watching people do things for the first time, because it is important to me when I share that experience with them, not because some selfish reason, which is fine. Like what I mean is other people prefer to experience it by themselves. That's your right, that's your prerogative. However, I cannot empathize with that. So I get that comment a lot where someone comes by and say like, oh, you know, I plan on playing this game, so I'm trying my best to like not talk to you. And I'm like, all right, that's fine. I can appreciate that. I hope you play it soon, because the longer and longer you drift away from someone else's experience, don't be upset when people don't care about you anymore or don't want to talk to you anymore for this very same reason, right? So typically I don't surround myself by people who care. If like you have to understand the pros and cons, right? If you don't like spoilers, or you can't talk to someone because you're afraid of spoilers, then when you voice that and you tell people, then don't expect the people around you to also like to hang out with you when they haven't done the thing either, right? That's kind of one of those things that I have a hard time pointing out to someone. When someone says like, oh yeah, you know, I hear this a lot where like, oh, I'm playing this game, but no one wants to play with me because I couldn't play it when it was popular. Right? And then they say like that this is what people are like. This is why people suck. Right? And my first thought is, well, you ask the person. If someone was playing a popular game, would you watch them play the game? And they would typically say no, because that would spoil the game for me. I want to play the game by myself. And I'm like, well then, when you say that to other people, do you think people who would wait for you to play with you would hang out with you? The answer is no. Like 99% of the time, you've already driven all those people away. Right? Because you're self-selecting for people like you. So this is the part that what I mean by cognitive dissonance sometimes. Know the effects of what you're doing, right? I know this is a big digression from what you're saying, but I wanted to make it clear that if you're going to play Subnautica 2 Pro Call, feel free to tell me all about the storyline and what you do with your cousin, I think. Like, tell me everything. Tell me the mechanics and stuff. It doesn't deter me from playing the game later down the road. In fact, it would probably give me a reason to play the game and see what you were talking about. So I want to make that clear. Now, if you're uncomfortable with me spoiling something, you have to also understand that I'm a person who talks about everything regardless of spoilers or not. I am one to tell people, hey, be careful, I'm about to spoil something, but I'm not going to refrain from talking about spoilers, because that is an expectation that I expect, where me talking about the game, regardless of its spoilers or not, would get you to play the game. Because I want to select people who care about sharing the experience, or at least vicariously being weighted in the experience, as opposed to waiting for people. And this happens a lot with making friends. Like, when you think of people waiting on other people, that doesn't happen when you don't wait on other people. Or you don't participate in other people's things because you want to selfishly participate yourself. So I think this is one of the most common ways that FOMO works. So FOMO works really, really well right now, largely because of these games. So how is this all related to what you said earlier? Is because of early access. Now, I typically wait until 0.9 or 1.0, like close to 1.0. I might buy the game and just wait till 1.0. So like for another 2 years, maybe I'll play Subnautica 2 in another 2 years. Whenever the 1.0 launches is when I will likely consider playing Subnautica 2. You are definitely free, and everyone else is definitely free to post their videos, talk about things. I'll be watching them, because that's the whole way I experience things. So you can tell me all about your fun adventures of Subnautica 2. In fact, it could probably convince me to play Subnautica 2 in early access. That's what happened with some of the other early access games, like Slime Rancher. I played Slime Rancher a lot earlier. It's like 0.9. And then when the 1.0 launch happened, it didn't really add anything. It added like one zone left. And it was still good. Like, still did the whole thing. I think early access periods has that type of mentality for people who want to be part of the process. So they gain early access because they want to contribute like their feedback and participate and experience the game being developed, right? The game being optimized and stuff. And being part of that is really refreshing. Those who prioritize like spoilers or worried about the thing being full or whatnot, I don't think early access games are for them. It can be very distraught, and you might have to spend many years avoiding like it being spoiled or seeing other people. So it can be a really not so great relationship that can form. I love the idea of early access games because I genuinely like watching people try to improve on a game as it's going, with like the interaction between the players and the. This is very similar if this was existed, right? Like if WaniKani, for example, existed as some sort of early access thing, I would love to interact with the WaniKani devs. But this was 11 years ago, right? This has been set in stone for a while. And then HanziHero is like on the lighter side, on the younger side, but the developers just basically don't develop, with a big asterisk because there was a recent update after a year of dormancy. And then Bunpro is pretty active. So much like these type of things, video games are very similar. I would love to have the opportunity to demonstrate how much I want to invest in a product, right, or in a video game. Subnautica 2 doesn't strike me as one of those games, unfortunately. And I don't know enough about like the survival horror, or like the survival genre, exploration genre to really feel comfortable with that. Yeah. Here's a fun deep cut. If you know, the deep cut that I often talk about is know what you want, right? Know what you want. Have a means to communicate it. And then test if test people around you if they follow the similar things, right? And that's the underlying deep cut for me when I'm talking to you about Subnautica and like the full game and the 2 years thing. My background is that early access games, they are basically as much of the game as it can be up to launch. I don't typically associate it with keeping the game under wraps because it's not finished. The thing is, though, when it comes to storylines, that would also mean that it's kind of like watching a show and waiting for episodes, which has happened. Like I played Stardew Valley without a proper conclusion or a satisfying conclusion, and then that was added many years later, which I haven't gone back to playing Stardew Valley to play. So it's kind of like watching an anime, right? And they decided that they're gonna run the show for a very long time, but if there's too much downtime, I may never see the end, which I'm okay with. Not everyone else is, though. I think some people like the idea that when you play a game, it should be complete. So that's not early access. Right? Early access is not complete. The good news, I mean, the silver lining, in my opinion, is that Subnautica 1 was a lore building game, so that doesn't rule out that they might have already put all those things in there, and then they might embellish here and there, and that's fine. If it was a narrative driven game, there are very few narrative driven games that come out as early access. Yeah, so that's a good thing, right? Usually narrative driven games are expansion types. They use a DLC. So they would release a main story and then you wait for DLC to extend the story. So I don't think Subnautica is one of those. Although I do have to admit, Hades 2 was probably that. I'm not sure. I gotta check. I would have to check if Hades 2 was that, where it was in early access. So Hades 2 was in early access until like last November. And I don't know if the ending, right, quote unquote, the ending was available during early access. Or you had to wait till 1.0 for them to conclude. If they did, that's pretty bold. I think that's a bold move. The final act tends to be the addition. So 1.0 tends to include the final act. So yeah, that can suck. Alright. Now we're gonna do this and go through our rest of our day here. Alright. So we got Tsubo, Yar, Pole, Summit, Pole, Adept, Ja, Wicked, Da, Burdensome, Pole, China, E, Port, Wani, Crocodile, Honey, Crab, Bolt, Record Book, Shoal, Clear, Mon, Comic, Te, Revise, Chi, Consult, Seki, Dam, E, Embankment, Yo, Drift, Hone, Flip, Key, Rut, Pole, Empress. The amount of brain power in the chat right now compared to every conversation you have is daunting. What do you mean? What happened? Oh, you mean like the up... Oh, the guy with the... Oh, there, Abdul. Oh, yeah, like drama and... Yeah, today we had a bit of a conversation, both on the Twitch and the YouTube side. We were talking about education, PhDs and stuff, and then we talked about like studying, like immersion stuff. Pretty typical day. Or typical as in like when it happens, typical. Maybe like once a week. It typically happens once a week. Stirred up. Restaurant. Yo, Chief, Haku. Oh no, wait. Let's go look up to Haku, Chief. Yodo, Eddie, Kun, Soul, Robust, Bundle, on Transports, Go, Cave, Guy, Horizon, and Epidemic. No, you're actually comparing US and Chinese education for an essay project? Ooh, that's interesting. Where are you getting your impressions of US education? Well, I just thought you drop in and say hello. Hope you have a great stream. Yeah, take care. Good luck, good luck. Interesting. I'll have to pick your brain on what you discovered or learned about US and Chinese education. Because I'd be very interested in what that perspective is from a foreigner perspective. Because I am very interested in comparing and contrasting. Know quite a bit about various education systems through the anecdotal sharing of other students. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. You're more than welcome to come on by, yap, discuss your experiences, right? Experiences, thoughts. I always have something to share. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は128日目です。It's day 128. Let's get in right to our lessons today. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here's the last point. So how is this gonna be like kureru, I suppose? もらう. Being slightly more direct than, okay, so it's more direct than te kureru. Te morau removes the meaning of to bestow to the speaker and focuses on meaning of to receive from the giver. Yep. Okay, so with te morau, ni will mark the person that did something, right? For the subject, while ga or wa will highlight the receiver themselves. In English, this grammar structure is regularly translated as to have someone do a for you. Yeah, so more direct than kureru. Only this time, kureru is a little bit wonkier in this form than it is like comparing kureru ageru for giving and then morau for receiving, like without the te form. Verb. Interesting. Literally means to receive the action of it. Okay.
日本語が話せないから友達に生き方を聞いてもらう。
Okay. Oh, right. Ki, I forgot. Ki also means to ask. Like it's a pivot of ask. Or listen.
私は虫が嫌いなので妻に虫を取ってもらう。
How much longer am I gonna stream for? This will take about an hour. Like 30 minutes to an hour. And then the next part will probably take 30 minutes to an hour. And we'll be heading out after that. If we didn't talk about anything, probably like around now. Te morau is also regularly used when receiving a service from someone, as te kureru would imply that the action was a favor. Okay. Regularly used when receiving a service from someone. Oh no, it's not a big deal. I still have to stay, like, the thing that is supposed to happen doesn't happen for another 8 hours, like 8.5 hours. Like, the early day isn't because I have to be somewhere that early. 3 a.m. So it's not going to be for another 8.5 hours. I've been making Friday into like a early off so I can do other things while I'm taking a break. The reason for it is largely to rest. I'm just catching up with someone about their week's days. Like their week. How their week is going. Kirai nanode. Right, because Tsuma ni ushi wo totte morau. Yeah, catching up with the week. It's every Friday. Same time. Around the same time most of it. Make it a regular thing. So instead, I give myself some time in between to not say anything. And then do like editing or something like that. Like cutting the stuff and then posting the stuff. That's largely what I do on a Friday. Catch up on whenever I'm editing and doing that stuff, I'm also catching up on like material. Right, lately there has been some people who like watching movies or TV shows. They're kind of very open to sharing something. Like right now I'm watching Eureka, like the second season. I'm on second season of Eureka, and that's only because that one user who talks in Discord every once in a while. So I saw the premise for Eureka some time ago, and I hadn't gotten to the show, so now I'm watching the show. It's kind of like Alien, Resident Alien. It got canceled because it was on Sci-Fi, but it was given a reprieve to end the show, so it does have an ending to it. I think it's technically 5 seasons long, but I think it's 4 seasons plus one like final closer or something like that. If you find, I don't know if you've seen the show Eureka, but Eureka, this is not a big spoiler. You find out in the first episode. But Eureka, the whole premise of Eureka is, what if all the scientists, what if the government started an undercover project where they grouped all the smartest people in the world on Earth and let them thrive in a hypothetical place, and to harness the power of their collective like knowledge and intelligence. And you follow a cast of characters, and the central character is someone who's of average, like of a different quality of intelligence. And it's kind of like what if Star Trek was on Earth? You've always loved to think about eugenics based on intelligence. Yeah, so this is basically Star Trek on Earth. And they do many of the tropes, like the causing rift in temporal rifts, causing like to give you it's episodic. This show is episodic largely. So the show plays like, writes out like your mentalist show or your monk show, where each episode has a new problem, and the problem is a trope of the science fiction category as opposed to like the murder mystery category and whatnot. So these are all largely self-contained, despite there is a slight narrative that is moving. So like one episode was about, the most recent episode I watched was about dream sharing. So all of these are mishaps. Basically, one of the very real human conditions is when intelligence is pooled. Oftentimes, intelligence is only as great as their foresight, right? So when you have pushing the boundaries, when you have intelligence pulled together and you're pushing the boundaries, emergence tend to create unforeseen problems. And that's what the television show plays on, the unforeseen problems. And Star Trek explores that by using other aliens and like cultures, like hypothetical places that have these like intelligence or forms of practice in isolation, while in Eureka is about all the emergent problems that occur when pushing the boundaries together in a fixed place. So dream sharing was an unfortunate consequence. Is it a bit Black Mirror-esque? It's campier. It's a campy thing. So not necessarily Black Mirror, but all the problems are human condition based. Like, what are the consequences of dream sharing? Camp like gay? No, it can't be like a Batman. Well, kind of like the old, like we're talking about swell times, like happy times, like people are happy. Like it always ends well. It's not Black Mirror-esque because Black Mirror-esque always ends terribly. Like Black Mirror is a dystopian. Eureka is utopian. It's like farther into the utopian side than the dystopian. So it doesn't pave things as dystopian. It shows that there are potential hurdles, but usually humans win out. The human perseverance and problem solving wins out. So it's sort of like Star Trek. It's closer to Star Trek-esque than it is Black Mirror-esque. Things work out because humans are enlightened. That's kind of how Star Trek runs. Like, all the other things are dystopian-like, but Star Trek is coming from the perspective that humans are enlightened. They are utopian creatures. So they have seen a lot of things, they encounter lots of problems, and they learn to solve those problems. And that's what Eureka is. Which, to me, is the embodiment. It is a very nice place to sit when it comes to science. So they do talk about the Black Mirror-esque things. Like, for example, it's not purely academic science. So there's no like Willy Wonka-ing. Like, Eureka is not filled with Willy Wonkas, but there are Willy Wonka personalities in the village. The Eureka is the place. So there are Willy Wonka people, basically like maximizing food production, or like lots of Willy Wonka, or like how to create specially engineered geese that mechanically monitors things in the air. There are Willy Wonka-esque things. However, there's also the Black Mirror-esque things, like who's funding the things. And there's obviously military intrigue, right? Bioweapons and stuff. Does anyone say Eureka? No, they don't say Eureka. But it is a reference. It's a reference to Eureka, the phrase uttered by who said it? Archimedes? It's a reference to Archimedes. Eureka within E. Yeah, the middle E, Eureka. So the Greek scholar Archimedes. So most of the stuff is in reference to that. So like the entire village is, and so sounds cool though. Seems like it explores a wide breadth of consequence. I think you would enjoy it, Procom. And it's campy. So campy as in, it really does, when you say camp like gay, like gay as in happy, like the old school use of campy, like campy Batman. Like things are very happy. Like it sounds like the world, like they had a catastrophic, it sounds like they created a wormhole that almost engulfed the entire village, but in the end of the day they nearly escaped self-implosion, but it was for the sake of exploring the potential consequences of, you know, looking at an alien artifact or something like that, or contemplating if aliens do exist, that kind of thing. But in the end, it wasn't really aliens, it was a misconception of something, that kind of thing. Like, oh, you don't believe in ghosts, do you? And then there's like a sign, like they have a lower way of wrapping around, like, well, it was kind of ghost-like, but it was more of a transference of energy, like residual energy through something. Or like an episode about manipulating weather patterns, but it wasn't really you know how meteorology has this bad rep of being able to predict weather patterns, but the Black Mirror-esque thing was, it was someone who was creating the weather pattern. And then they were meteorologists that could predict the weather pattern because they were creating the weather pattern. The main character that you follow in the show is a sheriff. He's a guy who maintains order, and it's through the mischief of science and intelligence that he is trying to rein in. Magic being yet to be explained sign kind of thing, sort of, yes. And then like crime kind of things, like a bit of a crime thing, like a misunderstanding, because we have to remember that all the characters are humans. They're not like subhuman. like oftentimes Star Trek, what they do is they create another species in order to make them subhuman. But this case, they're all human. So like, for example, a very cute episode was a science fair. So the school, it's a community, right? So they had a community science fair. What would be the science fair be like in a village selectively enriched and enrolled by a government, by the way, by the United States government, to fund, to selectively like cultivate a village designed for heightened intelligence? What is a science fair like that? Well, obviously some experiments are going to go wrong. And in that one, it was like a mixed interaction between creating a electromagnetic force field to protect a facility and using like a generator source that created like that generates a lot of electromagnetic like energy or something, and that kind of like created the area to be a magnet. And because the whole area is magnetized, it started drawing space debris directly to Eureka. And their solution was to use a repellent magnet force directed at the space debris in order to increase its velocity so that the space debris has a course correction that causes it to burn out in the atmosphere. So they accelerated and deviated the space debris so that it would spend more time orbiting the Earth's atmosphere, right? Because they are already drawn into the gravitational pull. So they simply repelled it and caused them to burn in the atmosphere. That's kind of like the idea. So it's a really neat show. And much like most sci-fi shows, like shows on sci-fi, on sci-fi, they end up getting canceled or they run out because it costs a lot of money. And the show is not like a set piece. There's no like high CGI or modeling. It does really well with its writing and how it's depicted. And that's what's neat about it. I absolutely love it. Captures, like, to me, Eureka is fantastic because it captures the science of things. And even if the main character is like, quote unquote, not smart. Recently, it was disclosed that he has the IQ of 111, right? And the average IQ in the village is surmised to be about 160. So there's a really funny joke. Like, the punchline was so funny when he revealed his IQ. Because his daughter is from outside, and his daughter needed to take an IQ test to like see, because everyone gets scanned for an IQ test, and she was worried about the IQ test. And then they were talking, and he said something like, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal because you're my daughter, right? I took the IQ test. I didn't even prep for it at all, and I scored 111. Isn't that great? I didn't even study and practice, and I scored over 100%." And literally everyone looked around, and I was flabbergasted. That was so funny. Like, so to me, the show is really campy, right? It's super campy and wholesome. But the thing is, the stuff, if you are into science in any way, all the tropes are both cringy and funny at the same time. It's kinda sorta reminds me of Big Bang Theory, but Big Bang Theory talks about the social aspect. They constantly like pokes fun at the social aspect, like the emotional intelligent aspect. Eureka does the science aspect, and I absolutely love that. Like, how do you reverse, like, so like how do you turn what you understand about birds' physiology into a military weapon? Like, oh, I guess you could do that. So in that same episode with the magnet thing, right? The magnet drawing in space debris, there's a sub line of another person who's he's like a hunter scientist, and he was developing robotic geese that can migrate to serve as military drones, like surveillance drones. And when he was releasing during the subtext of the layer, he tried to release and he said his geese keeps malfunctioning because he modeled his geese navigation system after birds. And I don't know if you know how birds navigate, especially migratory birds, but they migrate based on the magnetic field, their interaction of their magnetic field around their, like, I think it's around their nose or their beak. And so when the magnetic field was happening in the experiment that they were trying to solve it as mystery, the geese were like just, you know, directly navigating right into the building because there was a magnetic field. So that was the whole idea. And then you're supposed to connect these dots. These were fairly obvious. Like most of the science stuff is incredibly obvious to someone who's like maybe like university bound science things, but they also explain it. They try to explain it as much as possible through comedic interactions, because the character you're playing serves as the vehicle, as the narrative plot to be explained to. So and what the main character does is he's a sheriff, so he used deductive reasoning, like pragmatic deductive reasoning, to come to similar conclusions versus the objective and knowledge, like, you know, extrapolation of his scientific environments, right? The people who are, they're all scientists, they're all doctors of weird things. Like for example, the main hub, like the social hub, is Cafe Diem, and the main guy, he just makes a lot of food. Like he's like a compulsively food maker. And then every single, here's a funny catch, which I'll let you imagine what it is. One of the fun catch is that nearly every single one of the characters that you meet in Eureka has the same therapist. And you start thinking like, yeah, that's a deep cut. That's a very deep cut. When one of the main character, like all the characters go to therapy. Like there are really funny deep cuts. They just throw out one-liners every once in a while. I'm like, oh yeah, they really did say that. In the science fair, oh, here's one for you. Here's one for you, Procol. In the science fair thing, there were 3 things ruled out that kids cannot use, and one of them was AI. One of the forbidden, the 3, they said 3 things. I think one had something to do with like generating tons of energy, but the third one was AI, and I was like, oh, that's so funny. Like that, I really like the show for that reason. So I think you might enjoy it quite a bit. It really does remind me of like a stilted British humor, but it's an American show. Like they're all Americans. Oh, actually, some of them are not. Some of them are actually possibly bilingual, because they surprisingly did well whenever there's like a random language inserted. I think it's wonderful. The show demonstrates hardy problem solving, and that's kind of what Star Trek does. Only it takes place on Earth, so that's nice because you don't have to imagine wild abstractions. You simply have to look at Earth constraints. So you can see how even a character that isn't like high, like when people talk about intelligence, right? It's not the same as having deductive reasoning and critical thinking skills. So the things they explore are fantastic. It's not talking about, it's not celebrating deficiencies, it's celebrating encountering excessive problems, even human problems. So like companionship, it throws in companionship, it throws in like xenophobia. So most of the human condition stuff still comes up, like how to overcome grief, like how do specific functioning people overcome that. autism is part of the narrative. Obviously, one of the children of one of the characters is autistic, right? So most of these things, they do make a lot of social commentary. However, it's largely a super happy show. It's a celebration of humanity, and that's kind of why Star Trek has often felt great, because I'm surprised only one of them is autistic. So all the other people are high functioning. So the idea is this kid was on the autistic spectrum, high on the autistic spectrum, but adults are high functioning. When you have to know that an adult that has autistic behavior, it's less so when they're adults. So what I mean is you're gonna see that a lot of the characters have what some people would consider as compulsions that are symptomatic of autistic behavior, but that is a classical function, not like a kid-oriented thing. So like for example, one of the younger cast, his name is Fargo, which by the name, all their names are kind of funny. Fargo is a pretty funny name because your main character is a sheriff, Fargo. I'll let you connect the dots. But in Fargo, this kid is like a bit obsessively compulsive, a bit clumsy, and hyper focused on specific things. And the way he goes about solving problems is like, for example, one of the episodes, he saw an item and he thought it was neat, so he turns it on. That's it. Like, why would you turn it on? Like, would you would want to ascertain what the thing is before you do it, right? But oftentimes when you have people who are like naturally curious, they have behaviors that would be considered a bit peculiar. Their behaviors and their dialogue would be particularly peculiar. However, when you become an adult, typically what you would think of is they are well adjusted in a way that it doesn't seem like it's autistic in that way. So if you're wondering, does any of the adults behave weirdly? Yes, they do. Like the hunter guy that I was talking about, the hunter scientist dude, he's a whack job. Like that's literally what the person said. Like the main character is that you're just wacky. So, and then you have like the almost like sociopathic, potentially like questionably sociopathic side of things. So all those characters still exist. However, it still all works out. That's kind of one of the things. Like, here's a weird thing. Someone gets vaporized, like a person gets vaporized into pieces and no one like reacts to it. That's what I mean. And if you're thinking, is that really scary, or like aren't they supposed to scream or something? It's like, I don't think so. So there's this one scene where like a polar frost thing like accidentally got ignited, right? Like in the weather episode, and a person literally froze, and then one of the characters like tapped the dude, and the dude's body fell and it shattered into a billion pieces, and no one reacted in fear. Because you're either a police officer or you knew all the consequences, like all the existing details around it. So no one like screamed or like jumped or anything, because that's not how you would react. So that's kind of one of those things, like, do you think that would be construed as an autistic thing or a different thing? And also the way they talked about autism, it was only slight. It was only once. And then the way they talk about it is they are wired differently. So the child was demonstrated to have incredible aptitude. And they, in a village like that, they are constantly trying to see how to harness that particularity. So it's not that they're maybe like beating around the bush, like maybe there are more of them, like more autistic like higher on the spectrum people. The idea is if you have a village that might have a higher propensity of that, you typically would expect adaptations, right? Like that's the theory anyways. Related tangent, but you saw someone explaining a study that had participants who knew nothing about oncologists, and after not long they were able to get on average an 85% correct guesses, but when you combine their votes it shot up to 95%, and the participants were pigeons. That's so crazy. Yeah. Dude, oncology is emergent to the max. I'm just being real with you. Like, it is. Science jokes seem to be required to be just as cringy as they are funny. I think so. The show is great. I have to tell Ryan's the poster in the Discord. They saw the pilot episode and I asked them, what do you think it's, you know, what did they think about it? They said it was easy to follow and had an interesting premise, and I'm like, okay. I mean, I'm watching it, but I was kind of hoping for all of this. Like, the stuff that I'm talking about is what I'm going to tell him eventually. Like, at him, it's like, oh, hey, I did watch the show. I was getting around it, but since you mentioned it, I started watching it. Like, for example, the other movies that I watched recently was because of Han, who is, what is his name in something like Blocks something. I watched a bunch of motorsports things and got caught up with my motorsports biopics. Yeah, Eureka is a really fun series. Take it with a grain of salt though, Procol. Sometimes you are more than welcome to watch something and say like, I really dislike it, or like you don't like it, because most of the time when I speak about things, again, I echo what I said earlier during the WaniKani session. I look for interesting things. I don't, like, it's not because it was interesting at first. It's often when I talk about things, I prefer to tell you all the things that excite me and are memorable. So for all the things there are also things there aren't. Dang it, I miss you reading my cancer recognition comment if you read it. Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah. I simply said that it was cancer is incredibly emergent. So it encapsulates Eureka. What I described about how despite having, if you collectively work on things, without the you can only be as accurate as problems are resolved, like when opportunities present itself to study a system. So I'm not surprised that that is possible, where like even random guessing would create a high level of accuracy when it comes to oncology, because it's incredibly emergent when oncogenesis happens. Despite, if you're looking at the cause, right, like if you're looking at the action to action and the mechanism of action, those type of things seem a lot more trivial, but they do not line up with the why do you think it's random. I'm not saying it's, did I say random? I'm saying it's emergent, not random. The stuff is very emergent, and because of its emergent qualities, things that happen downstream is very difficult. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. That's those type of questions are like that they were doing in the study. I don't actually know what type of like yeah, like I'm guessing they're talking about like the, were you surprised at all when you reveal was pigeon participants? Not really. You could have substituted with monkeys and whatnot if you wanted. I often felt like that was generally the case when it comes to the thing I was more interested in was like the nature of the questions. Because if it deals with like emergent properties of the oncology, then yeah, I'm not surprised. It could be any animal that requires a feedback. So do you think you may be overestimating the intelligence skills needed to recognize cancers from photos? Do you think you may be overestimating the... Do you think you're overestimating? Do I think you're overestimating? Wouldn't it be underestimating, or is it overestimating? You were very surprised. I think you're... So, I think you and I have something backwards. So, you and I have two different results here. So, you were very surprised because you think you're overestimating, as in like the pigeons, right? The pigeons were given some sort of visual, right? I imagine it's some sort of like stained maybe some stained tissue things. Stained tissue things. I can't really watch that, but
Back in 2000.
yeah, it's what's her name? Okay. Yeah, it's the tissue stuff. Yeah. There. So I think here's the thing. I've seen those. Yeah. Hannah Fry. So I've seen those stains. Like I myself have literally done those slides before and seen those slides. Now, the thing is, are you overestimating or are you underestimating? Because if you're overestimating, you're suggesting that to analyze the stain tissues is complicated, right? It's complex. So that the pigeons would not be able to do it, right? Right? So here's a bit of I have two things to consider. Maybe two things to consider for this. So when you're given a slide, right? And then, you know, you see a stain, right, of particular epithelial cells. I'm guessing they kind of look like the epidermis, probably skin cancer ones, epithelium slides. Do you think that this is supposed to be hard or easy? Like the test, like the hard or easy to read? Like the function of a slide. The reason why I'm saying this is, are you overestimating the act of reading the slide? Or are you overestimating the pigeons? Or are you overestimating the humans that are supposed to read the slides? Because this is where we get into the process and results perspective. Because reading these slides is supposed to be easy. Like, it's supposed to be obvious. It's not what gauges human capacity. Actually, the way if a pigeon can do it and read this is a testament to human ingenuity. So like, I don't think you're overestimating humans. I think you're looking at the wrong measurement, or like a different perspective of it. The slide is made to look easy to identify cancer tissues. This is not the complicated part. It's preparing the slides and figuring out what to look for originally that all of humankind used years to curate. So like, the whole idea is that humans are really great at making hard things easy to do. So that's one way to look at it. Okay, that's one way to look at it. The other way is that cancer is so complicated. It's so complicated and emergent, which is what I thought the pigeons were doing. It's so complicated that only in particular stages, when it is obvious, in which even pigeons can identify that humans know it's cancer. What makes cancer incredibly complicated is the process of cancer. And that's what humans work on most of the time. Not, this is a tumor. This is after the fact, that's a tumor. And the techniques they use are very obvious. They have to be obvious and nearly 99.9% factual. So if a pigeon can do it, that's good. That demonstrates all the many years of human technology to make something as easy to read that a pigeon can do it. So I think there's a different perspective here. So the process is very hard. Like very hard. Like what I mean is, if you're thinking about these slides, right? These slides. Think about how often the slides are inconclusive, or they're poorly prepped, or how long it took them to design the process of staining those cells. In fact, most of the time when my experiments fail, is prepping the slides. Like actually making the slide. So making the slide to give a definitive telling of whether it is cancer or not is the hardest part. What the pigeons are analyzing is a collection of well-represented human technology. So yes, the pigeons should be good at identifying it. If not, humans have failed. Humans are so good at figuring out when there's definitive evidence. So in my sense, I'm not actually sure what Hannah Fry is trying, what her narrative is in using the study of the examples. From my perspective, not knowing the context, I'm sure she has like a much more deeper, because she's an oncologist, right? She's an actual oncologist. From my perspective, I usually would think that I don't think necessarily you're overestimating humans if you think about what it took to create the slides. Because if it was confusing, if slides, like the evidence is confusing and it's not definitive and it's noisy and really complicated to read, then cancer would really, really suck. And humans didn't learn anything about cancer. So to me, it's almost the opposite. The reason why some of these things are so reproducible and easy, because humans are able to have read and prepped them in a way that reflects all of their advancements. So detection of something, observational skills of something, the methods that we use, right? Or I'm not a scientist anymore, so you might want to defer to Hannah Fry, because I know I actually didn't know Hannah by coincidence. 1 month ago, I think either it was Hank Green or someone else interacted with Hannah in a like another way, like as a scientist way, and I just happen to know her now as like she's really proliferative, but I didn't come across her as like a internet personality until now, on top of her professional career. But now I know her by coincidence, and I think this is a testament to exactly what should happen. Like, for example, your smartphone, right? I talk about this a lot. Your smartphone. Anyone, we'll put a quote. Most people can use a smartphone, right? And that's not a testament to how simple a smartphone is. It's a testament to how smart humans are. So the lab stain, the stain that they use, the staining protocol that they use to mark tumor cells, right? The slides that they were marking, it's a testament to how good human detection is. So when you use a tool, so the staining technique is a tool to identify tumor cells. If the tool is not good, then it wouldn't work for pigeons. So a smartphone, you're saying, well, what does pigeons have to do with it? If you use a pigeon and give them an app game, they can still tap just as well. Pigeons, their nose part is actually they don't have any charge. They actually lick. So if you haven't seen this before, there's this thing where they use parrots, and parrots would lick. They would lick the target on a smartphone, like like a tablet and stuff, while their beaks, they wouldn't peck it because the beaks are not doesn't hold a charge. So I don't know if you know how touchpads work, but touchpads typically work because your skin, it carries a charge. So like that's how they detect the movement. So parrots do this really cute thing where they like lick the target, so you can put on like a video game and they would lick the target, or they can click on things and stuff. So pigeons can do that too, right? So when they look at objects. And in fact, there's a whole line of studies. There's a whole line of studies using birds as a way to recognize things, like recognize patterns. And the reason why they're using birds is like, wait, and then they're using it to look at human responses, like retention, for example, retention and like retention and attention. And you're wondering like, wait, birds? They're nothing like humans. Here's the thing. Birds can recognize things humans can, but without filters. So like the human brain filter, the thing that we were talking about earlier, where like if you see something through a filter, you would notice it faster, right? However, birds have a fundamental way of relying on their senses, and without the higher cognitive process of filters in humans. So they're using this as a way to see what can naturally grasp the attention. So we're talking about things like right now, like app design, doom scrolling, all those other things, like what's capturing an animal's attention, like what is firing from the eyes, interfacing with sound and whatnot, all that stuff. They're doing that, but they're using birds because birds are very excellent at learning how to identify repeated things. Which, the nice thing about the stain, why is this related, is because the staining method that oncologists use, pathologists as well, use, they identify very vividly what the tumors are, like where the tumor is, and usually it's very identifiable. So pigeons and birds are very excellent at identifying that. The reason why is because the stain was made to identify those things without any complexity at all. That's like, for example, I'll give you a real life example of an app. When someone plays a video game, if the number goes up, it's good. If the number goes down, right, it's bad. A bird can tell the difference too. I'm not saying, and this is why I want to use this example now after I explained all of it, is because this does not measure the intelligence of the process. It measures the end result of the metric. So if you made this green or something that the bird can perceive and make this red, for example, or like a black spot versus a white spot, a bird can tell the difference too. The whole idea of a metric is that it is easy to read, incredibly consistent, and people outside should also understand it. And because of this is what makes science very, very hard. And what's great about it is if this is achieved, which is what, in my opinion, what that, without knowing what Hannah Fry was trying to demonstrate, I do not overestimate. In fact, that is exactly what I expect. Because if they're going to use a readout, a metric that humans rely on to screen for cancer, it better be something so good that even birds can tell. Because not everyone is an oncologist, not everyone is a pathologist. They can't explain the metastatic process, like different diagnoses, right? You're thinking about doctors, right? Oncologists or like medical doctors. They do differential diagnoses. They're involved in the upstream process. The upstream process of diagnoses. Like this, the stain, the tumor is after the fact. And it's probably cherry-picked as well. Cherry-picked as in representative, yes or no's. Because if you put in maybes and stuff, then it gets a little complicated. But even the stain itself, the procedure and the stain itself is incredibly reliable. It's the testament to human engineering. Every single metric that you ever used is easy to comprehend at its results, at its metric. It's incredibly devastatingly complicated beforehand, the process of it. So this is where I feel like if you wanted to know if I'm a scientist, for example, right? If someone ever wants to ask, can you tell who's a scientist and who's not a scientist? The idea is this metric versus process thing. Like if I asked you, for example, Procol, if I asked you about AI, which I will ask you in the future, like 4 years down the line, I would say something like, oh, so is this what this and this does? And then you're going to say, well, it's complicated. Let me explain the process to you. Because you're going to know all the processes. You're going to know everything that leads to that little blip at the end, right? All the tool that I am using is the combination of all your efforts. Like the people in your field produced a tool that I could use, but it is comprehensible to me because it is made so that I can read without any knowledge. I can read without any wisdom of it. That's kind of like when someone goes up to me and tells me how to teach, they try to teach me a language, right? They tell me the hacks of teaching me a language when I've gone through the process for 3 different languages. right? And when you're thinking, oh yeah, that's like Chinese, English. No, I'm talking about math. I'm talking about math, chemistry, and biology. Like, some people might think like, well, wait, those aren't languages. Like, the process that is involved in math, chemistry, and biology and physics is very parallel to the process that's involved in Chinese, English, and Japanese. Like, the act of learning and the process of going through and using human ingenuity to remember content and learn things are very similar. So when it comes to metrics, that's where I have a problem with. And that's usually when you go to grad school or when you do when you're on the leading end, a leader end in a creative process. Most of the time it becomes quite obvious over like what you would expect. The complexity of humans are not measured by the results, like the end results. Like, specifically in result, it's 99.9% came before the results, like the methodology, right? The troubleshooting, the problems, the hypotheses, the background information that must be integrated. The results are what you observe, right? And even a pigeon can observe, like most animals can observe. It's making something of it that's created. And to me, that's awesome. That's pretty neat that they were able to show that technology that human has developed, people can use. Like, for example, there's this I'm gonna do a Boys reference. The Boys is a show that's about to end soon. You know how that meme about apes, but they have a bunch of apes typing on keyboards, right? Oh, a Futurama. It's also a Futurama reference. In fact, most of the sitcoms, like the cartoon sitcoms, made where you have apes typing on a keyboard, right? And then it was implied that even an ape could like do a writer's job, right? Like some sort of writer's job, like journalism, or maintain a 4chan forum or like a Discord server. The whole idea is we have to understand that the keyboard and the tools that were attached, that are implied, are human made. They are made to the efficiency of as easy as possible. As easy as possible. Because one of the fundamental human conditions is that when you leave humans to do things, it will be reduced to the point that you can't mess up. That is the whole goal. So to me, that's cool. It's pretty awesome that pigeons can read the stains that pigeons can't prepare. Like, if you get a pigeon to try to prepare the slides and then interpret it, the pigeons will fail because they don't have any of the human complexity to ascertain whether the slide is good or if the slide is even readable. How could they have even prepared the slide in the first place? Can they recognize a tumor and create a cross section of the tumor to stain it with the proper protocols? The answer is no. A pigeon can't do that. In fact, the pigeon did the easiest part. The part that must be so reliable that when you publish it into a piece of journal, multidisciplinary people who have no knowledge of oncology, even humans who have no knowledge of oncology, or even must be able to somehow interpret it. And to me, that's a genius way of saying, look at how far we've come. And that's probably where I would I know that might not be what Anna Fry was saying. I'm gonna go watch it later, or like follow up on the the actual video. Oops.
Back in 2015.
I will try to see what her original point was and whatnot, but I think this is a great example of how amazing humans are. They make tools, and those tools should be so easy. And that's kind of like using your mouse. You know what's really devastating about this? It's kind of like using AI. Like, think about a pigeon just putting in random text. And AI will still respond to that. So, the whole idea is, when you use a tool, the only way you can ascertain, in my opinion, one of the most reliable, we'll say one of the most reliable ways to ascertain if a human is competent in using the tool that they have, or maybe it's better to say they are competent about how a tool they're using that other people can use, is when you talk to them and they discuss 99.9% of the time, they discuss not what the tool does, but why and how it does it. And that is my great explainer for that. And oftentimes that's kind of how I feel about talking to, in my opinion, earlier today, talking to Drama about language learning. Like, I'm not entirely sure. Drama said like, oh, you know, maybe I'll try out your method. And I'm genuinely curious because I didn't explain anything about my method. Like, I'm curious what he gathered from my whatever method it is. Like, when I was talking about subtitles and like imagining subtitles, imagining kana in my head, I didn't really explain it. Like how you would measure proficiency or boredom or excitement. I am explaining things in a way that is probably overly complicated. And when someone says, oh, it's basically like what you see in real life, and I'm like, that you don't see things like, if you're a human being, in my opinion, and you truly want to live like a pigeon, quote unquote, like if we're going to carry this analogy forward, if you truly want to live like a pigeon, then yeah, read most things as is. Think most things as is. Only visually respond to literally what's in front of you. However, humans conceptualize things. So when I see a stain and I see pigeons getting it correct, what does that mean? For me, it reminds me of all those years when I prepped, like I literally prepped 1,000 stains of tumors, and so many of them failed because there was nothing on them, or the process was incorrect, or I didn't understand some sort of reason why there weren't any, like all that stuff is gone. What the pigeon is evaluating is what came after all of the human tasks. Eureka is a great show, I'm telling you. Eureka tests this show because the main character, he has an average IQ. He uses deductive reasoning and practical reasoning in order to normalize the wealth of knowledge that his other characters have. The idea is humans can perceive things that is beyond simply observation. So, like, despite having breadth of, you know, incredible depth of encyclopedic knowledge, applying that knowledge is very different. And pigeons, they don't know what that knowledge means. Like, they don't know anything about what it was doing. They simply could identify what the stain was developed to identify, which is, if you see a specific type of staining pattern, it is a tumor. And when it is not, it's not. Not only that, I've never read the original study, but there's a chance that they are representative pictures. So all those slides are fantastically stained. They're prepped really well. They are probably free of errors, and they're probably collected from meta-analyses of journal articles. And nearly all journal articles produce representative slides. So those are good ones, not bad ones, good ones. So they are supposed to be definitive. So if they were taking meta-analyses as opposed to like some like first year graduate students stain of a possible tumor they extracted from, you know, a bird or something, then we'll go into the realm of having hard data to detect. And hear me out, Protocol. Whenever I say that internet experts don't understand data, like there's questionability about understanding how to use data, this is what I mean. Because I'm not saying that what they're doing is incorrect. I'm saying the data that they're using is good data. Because it's only usually it's assumed as only good data, like from journals and stuff. An internet expert does not have the experience to know the limits of the data, because they don't work in it. They don't have experience. They don't work in the field. And this is where I'm trying to tread carefully, because I am not an oncologist. So my inference is from microbiology and like the limited amount of the limited experience I have in prepping stains and immunological stains to determine like pathology along the epidermis and stuff. By sheer coincidence, I was in a skin oncogenesis lab where I did see other experts who presented such techniques, and there's lots of limits of their data. And oftentimes the things that are published, they are usually gold standards. So they are representative gold standards in order to try to definitively convince, present a convincing case for their publication. Usually those slides don't look that great. Like the vast majority of those slides may not look that great. And pigeons will most definitely should be able to detect those, because anyone who's reading it has to definitively believe in the data. So that's one thing to strongly consider. It's a great example. I'm not sure if this is what your intent was, but I think if I gave you a bunch of slides and I told you, like, with no background, what do you think these slides are? Like, what do you think is different about these slides? You would be able to pick out where the cancer is, despite not knowing anything about oncology. Because you would be able to notice them, you would be able to observe them, and and you might be thinking, what are you trying to say, Maku? Are you saying I'm no better than a pigeon? In this case, like identifying a thing that appears on a slide, your task that you're doing, the specific task that you're using your brain, is no different than a pigeon. That doesn't mean you're not smarter than a pigeon. Is the task required you to do something equivalent to a pigeon. So overestimating, underestimating requires that you're not evaluating based on the task. So what did the pigeon actually do? And then we can start talking about this type of thing, right? Like when someone asks me, oh, I can't remember this. Whatever I'm reading is like, what task did you do? What was the equivalent of the task did you do? Are you repeating? By just seeing this over and over again? Because if you are, a dog can do that. They can see this over and over again, attach it to, like, if you attach a dog saying like this thing, and you attach it to a stimuli like a treat, and then attach it to a habit, right? You can do it too. So the idea, oftentimes I talk about this a lot when I talk about this earlier about immersion, right? Humans immerse. Animals can also, sort of. So the idea is the task that you're doing an upper limit problem or a lower limit problem? Because looking at a stain, there's an upper limit. The upper limit is either it has cancer or it doesn't have cancer. So if the stain is really good at identifying the tumorigenic tissue, then there's an upper limit problem. Pigeons can perform really well, but humans are capped. As in, the moment you ask, okay, so if you ask a pigeon, can they describe the nuances of the slides? Then the pigeons will stare at you and say, nothing. The human will still be able to describe more on the slide than simply saying, yes, it's cancer. No, it's not cancer. Right? This is, in my opinion, what happens on the internet. This is the normalization of the internet. When someone says, eat this, not that. This is the best, that's the worst. You are dumb, you are smart. There's no nuance. And in my opinion, when you boil everything down to a 1 or 2 metric, even an animal has a 50-50 chance of getting it right. And then it's only up from there, right? So when you give them a slight stimuli or whatever it is, maybe visual, because of a slide had visuals on it, that stimuli, if it's repeated sufficiently enough, it skews beyond 50. So there's also this idea, this inappropriate idea that when you're given a survey and your range is 0 to 100% accuracy, it's actually from 50% going left and right. So when a pigeon says they go up to 85%, that's a delta of 35%, not a delta of 85%. Because we also have to take into account how it's administered. It either has cancer or it doesn't. So that delta is even smaller. And if you're wondering, okay, well, let's go grab a dog. A dog is still, with enough bootstrapping, at least 50% of the time correct. Now, if you attach a dog successfully identifying, like getting a treat, maybe when they notice something, if you do that, you can probably still enrich it to 85%. Probably, if not more. As provided that the visual stimuli is attached to the habit. So, hence, I would say it's very believable. Does it make humans stupid? Not really. It does kind of make you wonder how often this comes up online. This is what I worry about. So if you're wondering why I'm spending so much time on this, I worry about this a lot. Because the internet, in my opinion, I know I blame the internet for everything. The internet is conditioning this. It's conditioning this type of interpretation. Which is like, if you got in, which this evening, I'm literally going to be talking about this again, where someone gets like, if they got a C on the first math exam, and then they got a B on the next math exam, is that an improvement? And my first thought is, how do you know if this is an improvement? Well, you could argue, well, B is better than a C, so you improved. Okay, explain it to me. How did you improve? In what area? Like, how do you compare? Because a monkey, for example, a pigeon can probably tell the difference between a B and a C. And what I mean is, if C was written like this and B was like this, there's a very good chance that a pigeon can tell that B looks different from C. Right? Even if it's like a character just hanging around, like a 0 and a 1, right? An animal can tell the difference between a 0 and a 1. Now the task of saying B is better than C, yeah, that's easy, for sure. What is that? The internet. Nearly all of the metrics online are the easiest things to read and determine. How they interpret it, that's where it fails, in my opinion. When someone says something like, oh, you have 6 viewers, and now you have 0. That means you must be actively driving your viewers away. Really? That's the Occam's razor? Are you Occam, like, is that Occam's razor? Which came up in Eureka a couple times. Like, I don't think this is Occam's razor. Like, sometimes humans do this, which pigeons don't, by the way. Pigeons, at least there's no proof at the moment. There's no definitive or counter, like, pigeons don't make this interpretation, but humans do. And the funny thing is, you know, humans can think this is impressive, in my opinion. This is impressive. And this leap of logic is sound. Right? You can normalize all this. And to me, while I was very, like, optimistic, I spinned the interpretation of this in a very positive light. It can work the other way. Humans can become even less accurate, right? Like, what about the counter argument? Well, the counter argument is that pigeons could end up being more consistent if informed or trained. And humans can actually become more inconsistent. Like, consistently inconsistent. So basically, like, if a human is misinformed, they can perform much, much worse than a pigeon. Because a pigeon does not have filters. They do not have higher level filters. That's why it goes back to that other bird study that I was talking about, where they would take birds and look at how they recognize things without the human filter. Because humans, they could say things like this, which I have heard time and time again. All humans are greedy. Everyone hates me. This is the stuff that I hear most of the time. And despite, against overwhelming objective knowledge, like seemingly very rational people, you can still create inconsistent or consistent but inconsistencies in accuracy. So despite pigeons getting 85% correct guesses, you can have humans get worse than 50% if they're trained improperly, if their filtering and their prep work and stuff is misinformed, poorly trained. So we have to take that into account, because pigeons are not humans. Humans can also be poorly trained. They can be poorly done. So if you're wondering, like, what's a counter argument against my optimistic approach, humans can get worse. They can behave consistently inaccurate compared to pigeons. So if pigeons are behaving solely on a optical viewing, like they typically respond to literal visual cues, humans can still see the same cues and think consistently incorrectly. And that is a wrap to my language learning portion about making mistakes. This is the core foundation of how I feel that most people are lacking critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. And they're only lacking because it's making them upset. Okay? That's what I mean by lacking. If you are getting upset that you keep on making the same mistake, like it's making you upset, it's preventing you from achieving your goal, then it's considered lacking. If it's not, then you don't need these critical thinking skills. Fair enough, right? So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who get upset that they make the same mistakes. Pigeons can make the same mistakes over and over again. So can humans. Now, pigeons can correct it based on its stimuli by like a tweak, right? Like you can just give it the right stimulus and then they can mirror it, right? But humans can continue to make the same mistake despite knowing the right answer. And that is where humans separate from pigeons, in my opinion. Maybe not entirely, but that's where the largest distance comes from. What is the difference between making a mistake and correcting the mistake versus knowing the right answer? Well, you know, the pigeons got up to 85%, right? When you combine all the guesses and it goes up to 85%. But do they understand why the other 15% was wrong? Or what was the nuance between that separated the 15% from the 85%? Why did the percentage go up when it's combined, but when they're individual, it's lower? These are the relative process-oriented thinking that humans can make and pigeons cannot. At least, not yet. Anyways, I'm not entirely sure if you can engineer a pigeon to do so. But the greatest assets, one of the greatest assets of human thinking capacity is their ability to understand the process. Right? Someone can get a perfect score. So if you were to choose, right, you can memorize 10 answers for a test to get 100%. Or you can understand 10 answers on a test and still get 100%. This can probably be trained by an animal. This is what separates humans. And if someone were to challenge me and say, which one would you choose? It might not look like this. However, when I see people ask them what do they do to learn something, they would choose this. They would choose to know the answer, to get the results that they want without understanding it, and then be done with it, because they don't care about the task. So then when they go to remember it and they go to think about it and they forget it, why is that? Because it's not important. You didn't make it important. You don't care about it. This is all you did. You memorized 10 answers to get the 100%. And then if you make a mistake, say you got an 80%, all you did was go and find the correct answer and then memorize that. Like, great. Like, you did what an animal does. Like, I understand that this might be a little bit direct, but the idea is you're relying on visually replicating. You're using your specifically explicit information. You're explicitly looking for correct answers and identical things. And time again, The first complaint by a high school student right now is, I'm worried that I get a question that is not exactly like my practice papers. Like, well, yes, you are worried because you didn't understand the question. You didn't understand the concept. You didn't understand the process. If you keep saying you're worried that, oh, I keep making a mistake because it's not exactly, or it's not similar enough to the things that I was practicing with, it's like, yeah, that's exactly the point. How far you can stretch a concept is your human potential. So it doesn't happen overnight, though. Like, that's kind of what I want to emphasize. We have to be encouraging, because it takes a while to develop the human gap, or what I call the human gap anyways. The gap where comprehension and frontal cortex, or whatever one people say these days, the higher level thinking, you have to encourage them to use it. Otherwise, if you're happy, again, I'm only talking about the situation where someone is unhappy. As in, when a high school student says, I keep getting an 80% on my homework and I keep making those silly mistakes. Those silly, I could have scored 100%, but I made those silly mistakes. It's like, they're not those silly mistakes. They're the parts where you don't comprehend. Like, you keep repeating the same mistakes because you keep making the same mistakes. Not correcting the mistake will allow those silly mistakes to happen consistently. And an animal and a human being is perfectly capable of consistently making the same mistake without any comprehension. Now the question is, what is the capacity of other animals to do so? Even other animals. Now I want to make sure we gotta keep it in line. Pigeons, birds, crows, like dogs, they all do have a capacity for comprehension and like problem solving. We know it time and time again. There are very smart animals outside of humans. The idea is the human gap is even wider, right? It's the relative gap in how well humans can distend, like create from it. Animals are very pure things for that reason, and humans can also be double-edged. They are deceptive, right? They can be deceptive, nuanced, the double-edged, two-faced. With all the goods, there's also the other complex interactions. That's why we kind of love animals too. At least in my opinion, I love animals because there's a really elegant simplicity to the animals. They are both the pros and cons of relying on that. Like, for example, object permanence. When was the last time you threw a ball and pretended to throw the ball instead of like letting go of an actual ball and seeing your dog react like as though the ball continued to be thrown, right? Those are the things. There are lots of perceptions that humans create gaps, and it's a really wide gap. The last thing I really want to emphasize before I continue is, yeah, definitely it's interesting whenever someone makes a comment about overestimating humans, like what humans do. I think it takes a lot. To me, I would try to, if I ever feel like, oh, maybe humans are dumber than we think, my first inclination is to explain the null hypothesis, or try to challenge it, right? So in this case, Protocol was saying maybe they overestimate the intelligence or skill needed to recognize cancer from a photo, and so does that mean he's underestimating it? And my first thought is, okay, so in what way can I frame it in a way that he's underestimating the stain? while still confirming that he's overestimating it. Because I would agree that he is overestimating the intelligence and skill needed to recognize cancer from a photo, because those specific photos are a testament to the underestimation of how complex producing one of those photos are. So in both ways, they're both true. Like, it's a testament to how complicated, how simple something can be while also being simultaneously complicated. And that is one of the joys of humans. Human creations are things that are super simple, are made simple by humans. And they are so simple that it is good for the application that it has. Like, for example, creating things for animals, like for dogs, and creating things for birds and whatnot. Humans can make things simple enough for the task that they have, and that's really cool. It also makes humans lazy as well, because humans who only do those use those tools then no longer have the capacity to understand the process of making those tools in the first place, which is one of the very double-edged. Kind of like thinking that what's a hot take here? Learning a language is as easy as passively mirroring someone. Which, hey, if you can do it, good on you. It's not. I don't think I hope I don't give anybody the impression that my idealistic way of trying to learn a language is by moving to Japan and pretending like I'm Japanese. Like, that sounds very simple, right? On paper, like conceptually, it's like, oh yeah, go to move Japan and then just live among Japanese. And I'm like, yeah, some people made it work. If you ask them what they did when they're there, the question is, can they tell you what they did? Because you would have to reproduce all of that in order to demonstrate that that works. So then you would also have to demonstrate what happened when all those other people who moved to Japan and failed to succeed. Those are the questions humans ask. Pigeons, as far as I know, don't ask that. Pigeons didn't know what was not cancer or how they were inaccurate or accurate, because they're not processing that. They're specifically looking for a visual cue. So take it with a grain of salt, I suppose. And then maybe Hannah Fry was illustrating something entirely unrelated. I have no idea. I'll come back tomorrow to fill in the gaps, what her intent is, unless like Procon knows what her intent was and can explain it to me. For my interpretation, I think it's fairly reasonable what I said. I think most of the points that I made are agreeable to a reasonable extent. Fairly agreeable. All right, so this is a direct way of asking. We might have to move on. Okay. Nasai. Oh yeah, Nasai is also a command to do. Is this what is this on the spectrum? Nasa is the imperative form of nasaru in honorific language, which specifically highlights and respects the action of another person, never the speaker. Oh, okay. So that's why it ends up becoming nasai. So how does this relate? Oh wait. What does this relate to? Okay, just morau and ageru focuses on the giver, right? And then this focuses on the receiver. Right? Okay. And then kureru is the same, but this is more direct. And then the other one's asking as though as a favor, right? Okay. Okay, nasai. All right. So the humble speak for Nasaru. Now, I don't know if Nasaru has a kanji. Maybe it doesn't. Despite being respectful, the fact that this is a command means that it will never be used toward a superior. Due to this, Nasai is most frequently used towards peers or people of lower status like children. I guess this has no relation to kudasai. To use nasai is simply connected to the mas stem of any verb.
早く寝なさい。遊んでいないで勉強しなさい。
Nasai may be shortened further to na, which becomes even more casual form that is used most frequently towards peers.
勉強しな。お前も悪いから謝りな。
Interesting. Be careful not to get confused between not the particle, okay, that's fine, and not the shortened form of nasai. Oh wait, I can see it. Yeah, fair enough. These can seem very similar, but na meaning don't will always be used with the dictionary form of a verb. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, to not do anything, like don't do this, don't do that. Na meaning please do will always be used with the stem form. That's fair enough. Yeah, they cover that one too. Naide kudasai. Yeah, this is a polite way to ask not to do something. That's please do. I don't know if I can not this. Naide is a form of is a firm but polite command form often used by those. Oh, okay. I totally forgot you can naide just naide, and then na would be like kind of blunt. Real blunt enough. And we got some related things. Oh, please do. Right? Kudasai. A polite ask. So this is a command, but it's casual. Interesting. So oyasumi. So like oyasumi. Huh. So what about oyasumi shite? No, oyasu. Oh no. Oyasu. So yasumu. So yashite. Right, so oyashite kudasai. Please sleep. Versus like oyasumi nasai, which is a command. A familiar command for good night. That's interesting. Not that I ever heard it, but that's a interesting thing to think about. A please command instead of saying oyasumi nasai, right? Good night. Oh yeah. Oh wait. Oh no, it's not shite. It's oya. Mu. What is mu? Mu is oya sunde kudasai. Weird. Am I going crazy? Hold up. Heck. I just wanna see the Where is it? I can't find it. Why is it so hard to find the... Just wanted to see a list of... Alright, I'm not gonna be able to find it. I think it's... Oh yeah, Sunde. No? Oh no. That's too broad of a search tool. It's fine. Oh, hang on. Let's look. Yeah, mu is... And nu is nde, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, sunde. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going crazy. It's fine. Alright. I think that's okay. What else? Be careful. Yeah, we're good. And non-sequence. Dude, the te is everything, man. Non-sequence and but contrast parallel. One of the common functions that the conjunction particle te has is that it can contrast things that share some sort of relationship. This is similar to the contrastive use of wa. Okay. I think I remember. In order to identify this nuance of te, we will need to think about whether the thing being described are happening one after the other, or are simply describing A and then B. Let's take a look. Okay. This is kind of... Okay.
お姉ちゃんは毎晩勉強をして弟は毎晩ゲームをしている。
Okay, I see that.
妻は買い物に行って私はゴミを捨てに行った。
I see, because they're relatively different.
タケルはご飯を食べてナオミはパンを食べる。
Okay, and they're related. Due to this contrast that is shown with te, sometimes it is translated as while, also be. The primary difference between this nuance of te and the other while or but grammar points is that A and B will always have equal weight importance in a te sentence. Okay. Comparatively, structures like kedo, noni, and daga. So, kedo is before, node is after, and daga is before. And similar points will usually imply that either A or B is more important in some way. Okay. So, how? Okay. Alright. And then there's a contrastive because of the wild and an. Alright. I got you. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get this. Oh! Here's the related point. Oh, it doesn't actually show the teiform stuff. Okay. That's why I wasn't able to find it. Because it wasn't on this page. I was looking for this page, but I clicked on it earlier. Alright.
朝は雨が降って夕方は晴れた。
Okay.
朝は雨が降ったけど夕方は晴れた。
So it's the emphasis on that it stopped raining, right? Afterwards. Yeah, kedo, right? Noni. Oh, noni is despite. So, actually, I'm not sure noni. Oh, I read these completely incorrectly. No, so kedo after. Noni is despite something, right? Despite something. And daga is, however, it's also before. There's also like... while also. I guess they're not including the other, like they're not including because and since. Because and since also ways left and right too, which is kara and node. Kara and node has a weight as well. Interesting. That's so I think this is one of the first ones where it's super heavily nuanced. I think it serves more as a intent of use than like okay. What I mean is, it's more of a reading exercise or hearing someone convey the idea than inputting it. Like inputting it's like, oh well, if I think it's equal, then I will use it. If I don't think it's equal, then I won't use it. That type of situation. Interesting. Okay.思っていて
昨日は曇っていて寒かった。
Sorry, I had a brain fart. 勉強尊敬語 it's considered 尊敬語 I can kind of see that. しなさい。
勉強しなさい。
私は母に宿題をねしてもらった。
私は母に宿題をしてもらった。
Okay. All right, we gotta do our vocabulary. Go. This is buy. Yeah, buy. The other buy. The double buy. There's also cultivate. Wait, now I don't remember what cultivate is. Is it with water? Yes, it's with water. Okay. Fuben. Okay. Oh no, it's Benpi. Again, Benpi for constipation. This one's kind of tough to remember. Largely because the right character doesn't really help me. Oh wait, maybe it does. Oh, it's because the Ben is coming from Bencho. Oh, Benjo. Secret bathroom. Yeah, Benjo. MP. Okay. What is that? Yorio. It has fees. Oh. Yurio. Yokin deposit. Bank account. Japan. Advance money. Ryo dormitory. No hostel. Oh, what are you? I don't know this too. Yeah, I don't think it's probably because it's written as a kana. Oh no. It does remind me of mochi. Right hand is on. Oh, it's also special. Alright, I think we're just gonna have to remember this for now. Yeah, this broken sun, the mortar thing, not actually used that often. Zangyo overtime. Zangyo. What is this? Mecha? Mechakucha. What the? The heck is this? Mechakucha. Well, is this onomatopoeic? No, it's not onomatopoeic. Mechakucha. CT. Bitter tea. Maybe like CT Nati. I don't know. CT suffer tea? Suffering tea? Yeesh. Okay. Alright, that's new. Alright, going back to Genbaku. Baku is fine. Back to something I know. Ooh. Zen. Zen is not that on the tip of my tongue. Consume, right? Kitsu, yeah. Consume, and then N for smoke. Drama, obviously. Just Geki. Geki is okay. Oh, is this a Sotsukyo Shichi? Yeah, Shichi. Sotsukyo Shichi. Shiki, not Shichi. Shiki. Sotsukyo Shichi. Sotsukyo. Blase. Oh, yeah. Oh, Oshire. Okay. Kind of reminds me of hikidasu. So, oshire, like oshire, and then hikidasu, or pulling out like a drawer, then oshire. That's the motion for the closet. Food stuff, groceries. Yeah, okay. 食料品. 食料品. 네? 美容院. No, 美容院. Yeah, 美容院. It makes sense. I haven't used this term before, but it makes sense. 美容院. Oh, actually, I'm about to get it, I think, because we didn't get the middle part yet. Okay. Something about, oh yeah, that's the other boil. Wakasu. Wakasu. I don't remember if I got the other boil. Oh, butsu. Oh no, I didn't get it yet. The other boil. Butsu? Does that check out for butsu? I don't think that checks out for butsu. Wakasu wa. Oh, futsu. It's actually futsu. Oh my gosh, futsu. That's actually... I don't think I have too many futsu. Okay. We'll let it go for now. So we get it. What is that? Me? Oh no. Miburi. Miburi. Body like language or gesture. Yeah, body language. Miburi. Miburi. Shake? Me? Okay. I think that's okay. Yo, what? Auto by. Auto by. Senpatsu. Starting out, starting in advance, starting first. Okay. Oh boy. Tired. Okay. Alright. A term indicating that something is 2 times or twice as much as another. I'm okay with this. I think this is a special buy, so it's just... Yeah, buy is special. Indicates a lack of convenience or ease in doing something. Yeah, Fuben. Okay. Then a condition characterized by difficulty in passing stool or infrequent bowel movements. Okay. Genuinely don't remember how the right character ends up being he. Oh, it's secret. That's right. Okay. Refers to service or products for which a fee or payment is required. Okay, so it has a fee. Yurio sounds about right. Money placed in a bank or financial institution for safekeeping or investment. So like an advance money, right? Which is Yokin. Okay. A shared residential facility often used by students or employees. Yo. A filling made from sweetened red or white beans, commonly used in Japanese confections. Right? This one I'm just gonna have to remember. The act of working beyond regular working hours, often for additional pay. So it's like remainder job, like remainder hours or their business. So zangyo. An expression used to describe something that's chaotic or illogical. Okay, so we need to cha, right? Mecha kucha. I feel like mecha. This mecha is like the mecha. Mecha. Yeah. Oh, actually, I'm not sure if this has any relationship to the like the exaggeration, like the thing that's elevated. Probably not, because I think it's mecha. Maybe not. It might just be mecha. So like kucha is the thing, and then even more absurd, like maybe kucha is unreasonable, and then mecha kucha is absolutely unreasonable, absurdly. Okay, perhaps. I don't know. I'm just gonna go with it for now. A powerful explosive device that derives its explosive force from nuclear reaction. Okay. The act of smoking cigarettes or tobacco, commonly restricted in public spaces. This one's gonna be a little bit of a kitsuen. It's not quite on my frequently useless. A form of entertainment that involves a story acted out by performers. A formal event to mark the completion of an educational program. Sotsukyōshiki. Sotsu is like my worst going up. Sotsukyōshiki. It's kind of tough. I'm like forcing it all the time. A built-in storage space often found in traditional Japanese home. Right, I'll see it. Food items and provision typically bought at a grocery store. Okay. Oh god. And then ryo. A place where people go to have their hair and beauty treatments done. Okay, they combine B and then shape. So B. Oh. Yoin. And then using in instead. The action of heating a liquid typically to its boiling point. And then this one we gotta remember wakasu. No, wakasu. Okay. Okay. The Japanese word for physical movement or signs made with the body are often used. Okay. Okay. A road vehicle that has two wheels and is often capable of rapid acceleration. This one I could misspell for sure. I would end up saying like maybe like oh ao instead of saying auto auto instead, so that could make a mistake here. And then bike, like adding a k instead of just a bike. Auto bike is I could misspell it probably. A term used in sports or other activities to refer to a starting player or team. Oh, okay. Alright. Heck, it's gone. How do we consume it?
喫煙のリスクについて学ぶ。
残業はなるべくしないでください。
その身振りの意味は何ですか？
便秘が1週間以上も続いています。
So that sounds awful.
こんな高級な美容院には初めて来ました。
今回の先発メンバーは誰ですか？
今日は寒いので風呂を沸かしましょ
う。預金を下ろしに ATM へ歩いていく。
Eh? Hey. Oh, see the play.
う。一緒に劇を見に行きましょう。
原爆には賛成ですか？反対ですか？
スーパーで食料品を買う。
押し入れに入る。
ここの道路は有料ですか？それとも無料ですか？
オートバイに乗る。
今年の卒業式はいつですか？
あなたに会えてめちゃくちゃ幸せだよ。
来年からは寮に入るつもりだ。
彼は私の倍の長さの人生を生きています。
ここでは車がないと不便だ。
あんが入ったお餅を食べたいです。
Okay. Alright. We spent a lot of time yip yapping the chit chatting. Hey? It was a good yap. In both cases. Got some fun little digressions here and there. Hopefully I didn't burst any people's bubbles. But genuinely speaking, this is definitely a topic that will continue to return time and time again. It's nice to, I think I would be negligent to not raise the awareness of this type of tendency, largely because not necessarily which one is the better way to think about things or best ways to do things. I often like to think raising different perspectives produces potential alternative solutions, perhaps, or resolving some cognitive dissonance. I think whether you choose to be a critical thinker or a creative leader, today that's what we were talking about in the meeting. I've met someone who wants to be a leader, which is fantastic, especially in a civic duty, and then another one wants to be a leader conceptually. So that's pretty neat. And oftentimes I'm trying to think about the pros and cons, or like the consequences, cause effect of things that are associated with what they think, and it enables humans. So today's digression was largely involving in the conceptual understanding of what the task is being able to achieve and being able to measure, right? And oftentimes I like to remind everyone that human complexity is not necessarily measured by it's often obfuscated by the simplicity of the tasks that we do. It is often the process, the culmination of the results. Like, the results reflect in the culmination of years of process-oriented experiences. And oftentimes they can be incongruous with the let's just say the lack of experience that one may require to appreciate it. So if your approach to whatever it is that you're working on leads to a consistent inconsistency with your expectations, I think that's what the true intent behind really comparing and contrasting different mindsets. It offers an avenue to reconcile with one's expected results that are consistently unexpected versus maybe something that will help ground people. So, not the recipe for becoming like a critical thinker or a problem solver, or there's some goated response for human intelligence. More so, like my digression about the show Eureka, it's largely about that Eureka moment. It's great to understand that given information, humans are able to extend the gap. Until next time, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always more than welcome to come on by and yap, share your thoughts, your experiences, keep each other motivated, right? Engage in discussion. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm going to get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第481天. It is day 481. Alright, let's get into our lesson. So for the next, this is day 2. For the next, 6 days, including today, we're gonna close off our non-HSK group. We're anticipating 120 characters, right? Ish. A little shy of 120 characters.
Cool.
Let's get into it. I'm expecting them to largely be like proper nouns, plants, and stuff, and maybe some redundancy with other characters. This is law, which is... It looks more like lay. But I swear I've seen a law of this nature. Have I? No, I think lay is the closest. Where is the law? Was it a recent law? No. Doesn't help. This one looks a little bit devastating. Oh. But there are two law coming up. Oh no, spiral shell. Ooh, spiral shell. It does have lay though. This lay. Let's feed into law. Spiral shell is a weak one. That's the one we worked on. I dropped. Okay. Look, okay. Let's just say tired, right? Pile. In the back from the office building. He's, of course, keeping a low profile by offering to lift an extra finger to doing piles of trash and distributing off the toilets and sinks so that office workers don't have that piling up along with being tired from work.
Law P.
E? Oh goodness, it's just P. That looks like P too. Hot sauce. The analogy. Analogy is the weakest one, which has word in it as opposed to mouth. Where are you? Heckin' analogy. Oh no. Yeah, here it is. Analogy is the worst one. I realize that this combination doesn't stand alone. Interesting. So P, it's an utterance, so then it's just P. Pinocchio's in front of the house where he's sitting on the lawn. He pops open a hot sauce bottle with a sharp P sound and chugs it. There's no surprise cry along, so then he runs around the lawn making a bunch of P sounds from his mouth as his mouth shouts out. But yeah, okay.
P. T.
T. Looks like T for ride? Off the barrel? Or strange? Dang it. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. There are a lot of T's, but ride has horse on it. Dang it. Okay, T for strange. I think that's a good reminder. Headland? What the heck's a headland? Is that a Is that a geographical feature? Okay. Let me look at this headland definition. Headland is a narrow piece of high, steep land often composed of hard rock. Hard rock that projects from a coastline into a body of water. Oh, I see. Okay. News to me. Oh, strange. Okay. Kirby is inside the house. Is coming back from assuming all the fruits, all the veggies that were grown so nearby headlands soil. Now it's full of soil and veggies resting the living room, I guess.
旗舰
Jian, oh goodness. Wait, why do you look like Jian? What did they use for the right? It's not jailer. It's the same Jian though. But what character did they use? It's another Jian. It was a... Oh my goodness. It's just rearranged. It's just rearranged. Oh my... Okay. That's why I couldn't tell the difference. They moved this part down underneath. Am I crazy? Yeah. Oh, and they moved this into that version. Oh my, okay. Ancient bronze. We're gonna use value here too. And like reflect. It's probably the same one. We'll grandfather this.
剑 熟
I like the way that's written over the other way. Chu? Refined. Well, it does look like uncle. The unk. Chu. Sherlock is inside the house chilling with his unk on the couch. His unk is so refined that he sprays his mouth with freshening spray each time he opens his mouth and sprays someone Sherlock too. Okay.
熟落批剑熟旗
Alright.
菜
Hi. Oh goodness. It's another proper noun. Tai. Okay. Incense. Incense is kind of weak. Although this is a character itself, right? No, yeah. Okay, to offer sacrifice. I think we're gonna use offer sacrifice. To Tai. Casper is in the bathroom. He has some flowers to offer as sacrifice. The flowers and to honor the ghost of a recent guy. Because he's a ghost himself.
菜须
Tai, not Tai. Tai. She for beard? What? Honestly, the regular beard is more complicated than this. Interesting. So we got the hair on top, right? Why does the bottom remind me of something that's backwards? Oh, she... Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, Shi Yao, right? Oh, no. Shi Zhi and Bi Shi. Bi Shi. Instead of Shi Yao. Bi Shi. Okay. Have to. X's in front of the house. He must try to help create a mutant. Students about having to shave his long hairs of beard and hair from roll like the pages. Okay.
须袄
Oh, well, okay. We got the trash can. Can we use profound? Profound suit, you'd say. Alright. Cheeks is in the basement of the barn or the cellar. He is on guard duty, making sure his suit, boats are well maintained. Offer the appearance of profound, maybe like to reflect profound appearance in guarding the stellar valuable goods in the cellar. Not the greatest coat.
袄棕
Boom. A palm? That's a palm tree. So we got religion. Is the palm tree? Dang. Another tree. Alright, Zelda's in front of the temple. She is praying and offering her tidings. The local monks near the altar. She is praying and she brought a special container, tithing, praying altar near the palm tree. Say show of respect for the monks' religion. Importance of palm trees. Sure. Okay.
宗武
Cool. Oh my goodness, that is certainly a parrot. A military parrot. The heck? Is this some sort of pirate thing? Kidding. Alright. Echoing is kind of interesting. Like, station. Alright, so Walter. Basement. Particularly making good old products for some of his military clients. He cleverly uses a parrot bird to send patients, very clients. Let's see, Ren secretly distributes products. Okay. Parrot, huh?
武
More birds. More plants. Okay, more proper nouns.
菜武虚
And alternative
敖
characters.
宗台
Okay. We have Thai on the right. What was Thai on the right? A platform? Yeah, and then now we have a table, which is an alternative. I think we're gonna... Yeah. A platform. A table is a platform. A desk. Okay. Thai. Alright. Tarzan is inside. It's school. He is platform with a table. He is how do we do this mole thing? We do the drums and the mole. I don't know where the mole is coming. Oh wait, until we're doing until. Playing the drums till he is able to get high school kids pumped. Okay, alright. Good enough.
抬提
T. Oh, instead of a D of some sort. Intriguing. So they pivoted away from D. Oh, we can use T for weep out loud. A hoof. There's the legs involved. Oh, is it like Supreme Leader? Okay, with the hoof. Alright. Timmy is inside the house. He has wished to be Supreme Leader. And a Supreme ruler requires steed with excellent legs and hoofs to support his grand stature. It's Timmy. Wishes.
提包
Oh, a gull? A gull? Like a seagull? Oh, good. I do see the O for like beat up or Europe. Kind of. Beat up or Europe. Chi does work. Oh, yeah. Or beat up. Although we're still gonna use Chi for region bird. Alright. The cheeks are in front of the bakery. He guard duty and there to receive the box of goods that came from the region filled with culverts, regions of culverts said to have special or excellent baked goods that are also a favorite of the cheeks of his. Okay.
包报
Oh goodness. Alright. It does look like remorse. We're doing profound again. Remorse. Alright, the cheeks. Cheeks are in the bathroom of the barn. He is reflecting on his battle exploits and trying to recover from the profound remorse he occasionally have in soul for all the animals that were that he was unable to rescue while helping out at the barn.
Ball. 罗
Luo. That looks like Luo for gauze. And gauze in patrol. But now complete with bamboo. So bamboo gauze is kind of like a bamboo basket, right? Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. There's the gauze. Where's my patrol? There it is. Okay. A gauze bamboo. Yeah. So okay. Luke is inside the office building. He is trying to fit in to the office workers. Office. He made purposed from bamboo into a gauze pattern. Make some useful bamboo baskets for his co-workers. That's him.
罗
Okay.
台
Ah!
钩 提 罗 报
Alright.
离
Lee. That is a fence, but we have leave on the bottom. Or yeah, to leave. Lee. With bamboo. Dang. Alright. So Link is inside the house. He is leaving on a quest to find the proper special type of bamboo to make special type of fence for the resident. Okay.
离力
Lee, gravel? Instead of yeah. Oh, but it could be. It's not yeah, but isn't there another? I think this is also. No, I think that's. I think Lee is the other reed. It's another reed. Although we could use oak. Oh wait, oak works. Oh no wait, oak doesn't work. We use music. Music and stone. Alright, Blake is in the bathroom house. He is asked on the quest to find a special type of gravel stone that he started washing and collecting in the bathtub. These type of gravel said to make great musical instrument or music when submerged water. Something like that. Not the first time.
利寇
Oh, bandit. That kind of looks like Guan. There's also a Zhi, a bandit. This looks really unique. I have a code for doll. Yeah, it looks like one with a switch up. Oh, and double switch up. Wow, this one's tough. Very tough. And Kermit, why are you so tough? Alright. So Kermit's ones aren't that strong. Kermit is in the bathroom of the bakery. Helping out. With I don't know, with stopping a bandit from making through the stall bathroom window with the special container of money. Was from bakeries, this branch bakeries sale. Was able to take a bunch of branches, knock out the bandits. That's rough.
寇零
Ling fish scales. Okay, looks like Ling. Just the right side of the left side of Ling. Is Ling just? I don't think Ling is ever alone. Yeah, I think it's just neighbor. Neighbor is the closest. They're all Lings, okay. Fish scale, Ling, coyote, and yeah, we can mix them. So Link is inside the infirmary. This he is tasked the quest of finding the special rice and specific fish scales from a fish in the neighboring town to help with healing a Patience, coyote.
零真
And that does look like the recent gen. That was a recent gen. Oh no, it's a shun. And a jang. Or wine. That reminds me of Jual. Tremendously is where we're going with this. And ladle. Or measuring cup. I prefer. Oh yeah, measuring cup. Okay. James is in front of the infirmary. He is recovering from drink. He is following up on a target that is recovering from drinking tremendous measuring cups of poured wine. During a party event was easy target to gather intel from. Okay. All right.
真离
What? Leave bamboo? Wait, I think I lost something. Not that. Heck, it's a fence. Dang it.
立扣 零 真
Okay. All right. So we're mixing this up. I don't think any of these change, right? None of these changed. So these guys are static, and we're okay with the static stuff. We're gonna do this now. And I think we're gonna do the first three though. Go back 3 days, right? Make sure they're in line. The last 4 days, go back 3 days. Yesterday was fine too. Let's go back 3 days. And then we're gonna go to April and do some of those. Wrap up the day. Alright. So Jen. Pour wine. All oats. Zhong Han. Palm. I desk. All gull or seagull. E. Hoof. Law. Bamboo basket. All. Remorse. Lee. Gravel. Oh. Bandit. Lee. Fence. Ling. Fish scale. Tray. Hammer. Hun. Ammonia. Done. Beer. This one was problematic from yesterday. Jie. Faint. Ing. Keep silence. Mon. Eel. D. D. I. Colorful silk. Yo. Oh no, what type of fish is this? A squid. Qiang. Rose. Something like luck. Black. Not the black hood. Xie? Oh no, Xia? Probably Xia. Crafty. Yen. Cart shaft. What in the world? Okay. Skin and leg. Clearly not that. Oh my gosh, it's Bo, not P. Bo, lame. That's a tough one. Sha. Is it Sha? I remember I changed the right? Yeah, sure. Buy and sell on credit. Buy or sell on credit. Lie. Rapids. 1 B Right. Heck. Feeling in bamboo. Blowgun. Bamboo blowgun. Take them out. Oh. Chun and Manish. Wow, Chun and Manish is bad. That's tough. On chop sign. Bing. Anchor. Liao. Scorch. Yeah. Scabies? Scabies? Oh, this is like the Pope. Double insects. Oh my gosh, doing moth. That's gonna be tough. I can't see what the center is. Stone. Okay. Yeah. I like Disdain. Blood Feud. Yeah, Besmirch. Besmirch is the English side. This was supposed to be like lie, but not. It's otter. Second Ta. Ta is weak. Jen. Hey Lily. Oops. Gal. Buckwheat. What is the dropping art? See, okay, Russell, fine. I think. Yeah, to know. See. This is Shul. Okay. I don't know. Oh, dang it, that's Mochi. Yao, rumor. Law. No, oh, this is the new one. Oh, okay, so that's fine. I don't know what the other law is. Are you P? Oh, P. Yeah, an ancient bronze mirror. Sure. The heck? Oh my gosh, refined. That's today's. That's a little tough. The headland. Headland. Hi. Hi. Oh, parrots. She beard. All right. So we have Shul. Shul is a little weak. All right, Shul. And that's spraying because of refined taste. A dog. Doggo. Rely on. Poodle and an otter. Okay. Boar. Boar is a bit. Skin lane. Like, okay. Alright. That's okay. Let's go and do something from April, right? Let's do like the last 3 days. Yeah, so we're gonna go in the other direction now. So this is from April 8th to April 10th. See how we cover these. Is that Biao? Biao, prostitute. That's rough. Oh. Unexpected meat? Yeah, okay. Oh. Yao. Beautiful. And flaw. Pung. This like pung. Okay. Pung. Yao. Surface. Some part of me want to type, but I want to say da. Responsibility. Jing. Oh, blue guard. Dang it. I wanted to say yeah. Jia? Or oh no, it's lie. Oh no. Okay, lie. Squint. Four and bone. Jaw. It's high bones of the body. Twin, slip out. Vast. Ancestral Hall. Way, tanned hide. G. Oh no, it's go. Dang it. Oh, reckless or careless. Qua. Broke. Okay. Bay. Bark. Ye. What the ye? Radiating? That's still... Red Foreman. I want to say it's Shang. It's Sha. Dang it. Got the mnemonic though. Just location's a little weird. Way collection. Tool towering. Kong. Hot brick. This is like the brick heated bed. Tea. I chirp. Okay. May. Oh no, it's way. Dang it. That's dark. Ooh. Income. Sure. Chinese foot. Okay. Oh no. This is gung. Oops. Gung for thick soup. Nope, that's not it. Wait, Liang? Roof beam? Oh no, it's millet. Dang it. Millet. Uh, olive. Yeah, that's yeah. Choke on. Oh, sorry. It's choke on. Not. What is yeah? Oh, that's building. It's choke on. What in the world? Sha. Sky. Yao. No, that's Chow for Haggard. Okay. Yeah. Alright, surprise. Okay. Oh. I think this is yeah, or I. Okay. What is that mean? Helping with the people with his fingers. Pursed lips. Pursed lips. Too much. There's no way that's yo. Oh, it could be yo or pomelo. Yo, pomelo. I hit the wrong button. Why? Dang it. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. Dang it, this is a problem. Alright, well, let's continue where we are and I'll fill back in. Yo, pomelo. Yen. Preserve. Way. Solely. Oh, yo. Young insight. Insight's a little. One. Buzz. Okay. What in the world? I feel like it's a nope, not a chance. Bung is not a chance. The Hornet Gate. One, clean or wash. Oh no. I feel like this is pie. Yeah, it's definitely pie and sound of waves. What was it? Pay, yeah, pay for tribute. Okay. What am I looking at there? Oh, that's the plate thing. Ding, utmost. Oh no, cinder. Sorry. Dang it, there's a fire there. That's weak. Got the mustache. I have no idea. Jong is gone so many times. He only has fire and mustache. Choose measurement there. This Quinn. Or is it Bing? Quinn. Meat or fish? That one, this one's rough. Meat or fish? This or air or not air. Swan for soul. Right, for insight. Pour for amber. Okay. What are you? I want to write Tan because you're just. Oh no, it's being returned with the container for the report. My inclination is like run, but no, it's Sal or for scratch, right? Makes me want to type she. No, wool. It's wool for disobedient. What, the top hat? The bookshelves. G, line weight. I think that's Mian. Man. What is the car doing? Oh, no, wait. It's a one withdrawal carriage. And this is chu. For chu. Okay. Right, okay, good. Alright, I guess we're just gonna go over the end. Yo, prostitute. Oh. Meet unexpectedly. Yo, beautiful. Bien. Law. Hoang. Yao, mount. King, pacify. Lay. Squint. Eye. Bones of the body. Twin, slip away. On vast. Tzu, ancestral tomb. Way. And hide. Go. Disobedient. Qua, broke. Pay, bark. Ye. Radiate. Sure. Dang it, I don't remember sure. Something. He's red, but you're pardons. Way, harvest. Ooh, towering. Hung. Brick heated bed. E. Herp. Way, dark. Blue. Income. Sure, Chinese foot. Gun, thinks soup. Young, millet. Gun, olive. Yeah, choke on. Yao, sky. Xiao, haggard. Yi, surprised. An, I. Ming. First lips. Okay. So 10 of these are gonna 20 of these are gonna disappear tomorrow because it only goes back a specific number of days. So we're just gonna keep moving forward towards whatever the options are, because eventually it's gonna overlap with this, wherever this part happens. So then that will cover our April's group. So then when we go back to review, it will be pretty fresh. The last like April to May's worth of lots of characters. These are tough. Like 20 characters each with only like a fine exposure is tough. So Jong will continue to be a pain in my side. Ding, that was an overlook, right? Yep, Cinder. See if I remember it. Old way. Dong. Quinn. Quinn is tough. It looks like a flower thing. It looks like a flower thing, but it's not. It's just meat or fish. So that's rough. Shoal is okay because it lines up with what, the shuttle? Well, to incite or instigate. Bing is a little tough one. Whirlpool, but this one's more like return. So container and grain. Okay. Sha is weak. The red foreman. Trying to pardon the red foreman. Green foreman. Okay. Alright. Well, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. I'm definitely on the tired side. Alright, folks. We have 5 days left, right? 5 days left. Then we hit the reviews. Try to catch up all on the reviews. And see if most of these characters stick. We're gonna go backwards and go through the vocabulary words and finding vocabulary words for all of these in the next phase. While we're doing that, when we're doing the reviews, it's gonna unlock, like, there's still a couple more, like maybe 100 lessons left, because for every 10 characters in this group, there's like 1 or 2 vocabulary words. We had like 869, and we kind of started doing the 20 thing at like 500. So there's about 100 vocabulary words somewhere. And then we're gonna try to write new sentences, vocabulary words, new sentences with the vocabulary words for the new characters, the characters that don't have any vocabulary. Which is also worth noting that there was a feature. There are some edits now. There was an update to this. They updated how Ghost works and how prioritization works, which is kind of irrelevant to me at the moment. But the good news is it's been like over a year. It's getting close. Yeah. Actually, it's actually over a year now since the last update. So it's kind of neat. Hopefully this means that there are going to be more updates. The way Ghost works is something new. I don't use Ghost. I usually track what my problems are myself manually, so that's kind of irrelevant. And the way they prioritize things, I haven't used the feature. I could have tried to use prioritization on all these characters as it was spiraling out of control, but this is going to be how I'm going to prioritize it. I'm just going to do it this way, or at least the April and May things. It's a shame it doesn't go further back than a month. I think it's a month. Yeah, it only goes back a month's time. So we already missed the 7 days, but we'll see how they turn out. So we're moving the last 3 days. So this is 8th to 10th. So tomorrow we're doing 9th to 11th. And then the other way is going backwards in 3 days. So then it'll just keep closing on each other. And that's kind of the idea until we reach whatever this big list is. Because this big list has 120 that we are pretty well. Because that list stays static without completing any review. Alright. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. For the next 5 days, 5 more days, we're basically sticking to this. And then the rest of May will be used to I'll catch up with reviews. Alright. If you're gonna watch this there, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, share your thoughts and experiences. Always fun to discuss alternatives, different ways to approach things, you know, adjust as you go. I'm basically adjusting as I'm going. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.